tankiest person in the party now. AC
Suck
wise.
it.
Hi.
With my shield out.
We're live. Welcome. Hi, everyone. If you're watching, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Group 5, which I believe is session 14. So we're getting up there in the numbers.
Who do you think is the
14,
who do you think is
five,
the
murder.
tankiest person in the group? Comment down below. Is it
Comment.
Tardan?
Yes.
Come on, Twitch chat. Yeah.
I
Is
think
it
in
Jordan?
Twitch it's over there, actually, right? It's not.
Over here.
It's
Yeah.
either one. It
That's-
depends on where you
that's-
have your chat.
Comment down
That's
below.
YouTube.
It's that way.
That's Twitch.
Well, we don't actually stream with the actual Twitch chat thing on the thing.
On the
yeah, so-
stream.
on the actual stream. We gotta get professional. We gotta get the Twitch chat. We gotta get the Prime subs. We gotta get the feed on. We have to have the whole shebang, and then we have to have a rolling advertisement that just goes across all of our screens every 5
The whole
minutes.
time.
Just one big advertisement. Yeah, once every 5 minutes. That'd be really good. Okay, well,
Well, we just need 8 followers to get to subs.
that's true. Yeah, we only need 8 followers, so we're getting there, climbing the ladder.
Only 7 to go.
Okay, so recap, right? So the last session was spent kind of with Wranglar a lot. I mean, there was a good chunk of it with Wranglar and speaking to Wranglar about some of the concepts of Wranglar's like life and how that relates. One of the things that happened was Wranglar had talked about fighting in the Warfront to the far south, and actually described a little bit of the decimation and the desolation of the particular place, commanding a regiment mainly of conscripts and things, and then they were attacked. And this really struck with Indigo quite heavily, almost picturesque at how many similarities there were between the two incidences. And knowing that this particular character, this half-orc commander, most likely was in the Shadow of Shaslai, in the monastery, being healed by the same individual, Indigo's people, right? Could have been, is such a cross path moment, and it's such this area. And so you got a little bit of heartstrings there, but Wranglar really kind of hinted at this investigation. I think it's primarily why you wanted to get Wranglar involved, and to get drunk and to at least, or get a drink to start talking. And Wranglar spoke about this missing and these disappearances that has had no leads at all. There has been no suspects that they have thought about in their investigations, and had mentioned that these scenes of traders and travelers and adventurers that are simply passing through are kept, and that the bedroll will still be there, or the items will still be there. Like, they haven't been burglared or anything. Nothing's been taken. There hasn't been any scraps of cloth or leathers or anything that would note some clothes have been torn, grabbed, or scuffled even. And there's just no evidence to work off of. The character just simply isn't there. And so you have an idea now of why this whole incident with Randall Gurn now has happened. Another one has gone missing. And now a noble, albeit lesser noble, but now a noble has gone missing, has caused quite a stir, or would, if it hadn't been for Wranglar and the guard and the soldiers, as well as the Lord, keeping a little bit of a downplay, right? They're really keeping it hush. Wranglar went around with a small group of guards with a picture, right? Kind of saying, hey, have you seen this person? And just keeping into specific establishments through their investigations, because they cannot disturb a very, very intricate balance between noble and commoner that has a glue of holy district, right? Essentially the priest, the vestments, something that Valria touched on, kind of this like glue that they're bringing together. And so it's a troubling kind of circumstance, right? That they kind of fall into. Now, moving from that, we had a conversation with Strella Forgorn, which is an innkeeper of the Stormy Inn. Some of you actually stayed over there. And from that conversation, you found that Strella was actually a refugee of the marshes, right? Jin Rala is a little bit outside of the marshes of Unveiling, but they still forage, they still do stuff in. Something Strella noted, but she actually had learned some things from an individual known as Porig. And they had talked about the undead in the sense that nothing would happen, nothing would come, and then all of a sudden, bam, they attacked. And so they were made refugee. There were these rangers that helped get them out. They referred to them as Ivrai, and then they began to take them out through the marshes to Fort Farron to be refugees. And that's where Shrella, as well as many of the general and gnomes, had actually stayed with Paxina or with others, such as Commander Remar Luna, Priest Elmy Goldbelly, right? And so those were the names of why they were dropped. Now we come to the Lord. So the Lord is a figure that has a lot of individuals underneath their banner. Okay, you know that from the amount of soldiers and the amount of paladins that have been described as you made your way into the keep through the grounds. You know, the tournament, kind of the champion kind of arena there, all the barracks, training areas and stuff. There is just a great number of individuals, and they're getting ready for war. So they're really flaunting the armaments and things that they're capable of. The Lord took Renglar, Uku's, and Valria's word with great trust, and that passed over to you all, and gave you a very solid information about a number of things. One of them was essentially Fort Farron and it being attacked, right? I mean, this all of a sudden on Horde, right? And kind of described it, and it's just like, whoa. It also kind of mentioned the disappearances and the missing people, and had put out a number, how long, and right, this needs to be done. This needs to be figured out. And then we get to the name drop of Grugash, Black Dragon, something the Lord had dropped, and has more information to provide you all, but does not have your complete and total trust like Valria Renglar. And so has essentially agreed to offer coin not only for your defeat of the White Dragon Ether, which has plagued the Frosthorn and plagued patrols of soldiers for some time, Valley. Why they have to be on alert all the time. But also for figuring out this throughout the city, these missing people, these disappearances. So it's twofold. And that also not only you'll earn the coin, but you earn the trust and that information that he's willing to unfold, which apparently is only for very, very trustworthy, high up ears. Okay? So, you all have departed the keep at this point. You are making way. Remember the frozen moat around a solid keep with an inner courtyard interior. I went through the description. It was a lot of stuff. And so the best way to describe this is it's a very traditional keep. You have an interior courtyard. You have rooms and things forming around it. Kind of a square rectangular-like structure. And then the interior courtyard, which you kind of have to pass through to get to the throne room of the Grand Hall. Has intricate little gardens and prayer areas and meditation. Great number of paladins in here, all dedicated to Pelor worshippers. And then you make your way into that entry, kind of atrium, that chamber, which is large, open, expansive. Leads into the corridors to the north and south, stairwells up to the towers that surround the actual wall space of the keep. And then you're kind of going through the entrance, the semi-arched area, which is open, and the drawbridge is lowered, going across the frozen moat onto the stone bridge, and then out now into the training area, following not training area, but the keep's grounds where individuals are training, servants are running, things are happening all around you.
At the end of last session, we also saw some elves from Tamaria, correct? Unless
Correct.
I'm mistaken.
You have representatives going to court. So you're passing by right now individuals that are going to court. One of which is a beautiful stagecoach with intricate kind of greens, a little bit of embellishments of gold, and they have the flag of Temeria. Now, this flag is quite intricate. I'm going to get a description for you so you can have that here. Got to find through my notes. The symbol of the flag is like a kind of a hawk or an eagle, some sort of bird of prey. And its wings are kind of stretched downwards, making kind of a wreath that goes around, kind of a triangle-like symbol in between. The actual flag itself has many greens, golds, silvers, and then whites. The intricate embroidery of the actual bird is silver. And then the runner that kind of goes around is gold. Actual kind of goes around the trim of the rectangular flag is gold there. And then the triangle has a lot of the whites. Some of the backdrops kind of thrown through. The stagecoach, it has 2 drivers, a couple servants wearing nice kind of silk-like clothing, shoes, long socks, pants, and things. They're high elves, so they're sun. One of them's a moon, so sorry, different colorations of their faces as well as their hair. And then there are curtains put up on the stagecoach with double-in doors on either side. Right, it's being pulled by 6 horses at current, and they're just riding past. And there are others coming to court, right? So there are individuals maybe on horseback that are coming into the gardens, into the grounds, that are permitted to come in here and kind of chill before actually proceeding into the keep. And they have a number of Falor kind of soldiers with them from the wall. And you're simply moving by them, right? No one's really paying you any attention. Renglar has a lot of respect. Immediately you're noticing the soldiers as well as the guard kind of saluting Renglar in the position that they hold. And upon Patricia continues to Railgurn's house.
Last session, I think you said that those were from House Erebos, correct? Do I recognize any of them, either from the college or from?
Yeah, you would know that they're from House
Erebos.
Erebos. Yeah. As far as I think Indigo, I might be right, and then I think that there's a good number of you in the group that would be able to recognize that's that house. The actual symbol, not necessarily on the Temerian flag, but it's held upon the badges, like little pinned badges upon the collars, as well as the hats that they have, right? I think if you're trying to recognize who these particular figures are, it might, get a better understanding of who it might be from the house. I need to have an intelligence check. Not much to go off of besides the pins and then the Temerian colors. 6.
Nope.
So the house, as far as Elyon and what it comprises of, right? You know the number of houses have great control over Elyon. They each have their own specific magics that they focus on, their own schools. They have their own university on ground, their own libraries and things. As far as the stagecoach looks and the individuals, it doesn't seem like it's anybody that actually is born to the house, but it might be a magistrate or a second magistrate from the actual college that associates itself. So the House Evros University is what commonly is called towards common, if you wanted to translate from the Elvish. So it could be someone that represents the actual college itself or the university, right? That's coming through.
Okay.
Have you ever, Indigo? Have you ever spent much time at court? It's something that you've had the pleasure of being required to do.
No, that everything that happened back there is very strange to me. We're
New, right?
Yeah, it's procedure. Very.
Yes.
They were very. When the doors and the walking and the where they stood, and then when we left and the doors again, and then I'm like, I feel like they're gonna have to repair the doors at some point because they open and close them so much. But
Right.
But the what do you think of the the big guy, the head honcho? And he seemed
Yeah, right. He seemed like a he seemed like most royalty, like most nobility, I should say, right? Not royalty, nobility. Um, it's very, it wears this mask of honor and tradition, but if you were to peek behind the curtain, you would see this like super transactional motivation, right? It's always what can you do for me, or what have you done for me lately, at least, which I don't know, in that way reminds me of most nobility I've met. It's all very honorable right up until they need something, I guess, is what I'm getting at, right?
well, you're a sir, so you've probably
Yeah.
met. I mean, you are one, correct? Or am I wrong? You've been you carry the title, right?
I do. Yes, I am a member of court, certainly. I'm not sure that I'm, on par with his lordship, but yeah. If you're asking me, do yeah, I spend a lot of time at court, or at least I guess comparably, right? A lot of time. Yeah, it's very transactional.
Do you feel that the respect and the courtesy passes over just because you're not a member of his court? Because you're a member of a court, there's a certain respect and courtesy that's given or should be given? Because I don't know
That's interesting, right? I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that my title is like what translates into status here, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I don't think it translates very well here. Um, I, I don't know. It seems in certain ways it reminds me a lot of home. Um, Even if nothing could be more different. There are certain aspects to it that remind me a lot of home, right? And that interaction definitely reminded me of home.
So your queen that you speak of would be the equivalent of what he was in there.
Oh no, no. The queen, my queen. I've heard his name thrown around here before. The Talthar. She would be, her equivalent status here would be of the Talthars. We have lower ranking nobles also, but no, she's second to none. I mean, she's essentially.
Do you find that because you're a sir, do all of you have aspirations to advance or elevate yourself to a higher, I guess, tier?
Right. Yeah, I guess ambition is a healthy part of any interaction, any involvement at court, right? Ambition is definitely healthy up until a point. Um, I don't have any aspirations for advancement really. If it happened, that would be fantastic. I might be given more land, or I should say, more resources. We don't really own land in the way that you do here, but more resources to provide for my family, things like that.
Well, I mean, you have a few kids, so you have to think of how many zoning
Yes,
laws, right? How many huts can you put on a certain amount of land? I'm sure, and
yeah, two kids. I only have two right now. Daughters. But yeah, we have upwards of 50. We can have upwards of 50 in a fluffle. We call them a little group of Harengon, a fluffle.
we got to see you safe so you can handle that, man. As unfinished business.
I'd be more than happy to just exactly that, just to survive. I have no, this charge I've been given is not. I didn't accept it with the intention that it would provide advancement. The lower ranking among the nobility, we are, I think, most likely to act on our impulses for honor, act on our impulses for loyalty, for righteousness, if that makes sense. I think the higher you climb, the more bound you are by this kind of.
But you're special because you're the one that popped through that portal on the boat.
I
I'm
gotta
sure
tell
that
you,
whoever did that probably could have sent an army of Harringtons, but for some reason,
right?
you and only you popped through that.
I still
So
don't know that guy's name. Wouldn't you believe? Would you believe it? I have no idea who did that. This crazy guy. I've never met him before. I don't know who it was. He came to me with information that
that you could trust.
well, no, just information. It was of reasonable suspicion, I suppose, but I have no idea who it was. I turned around, turned back again, and I was on a boat.
Did they just have this conversation in the open where people around can hear the whole thing going on?
You're on your way. At this point, you've probably left the actual gate there of right here, right? So this interior wall that surrounds the keep's grounds, you've probably left that, which they've actually closed now. Then you begin to make your way through the large courtyard that's expansive there, the Lord's kind of highway, if you will. It's just something that they noted. I mean, could people hear it? If someone was attempting to try to listen to it, they could. Does anybody care that you're looking around with your passive perception, trying to see if anybody's kind of eavesdropping or looking around? Right now, you have a lot of horses and carts and wagons. There's individuals talking out here. Paladins as well, kind of grouped up, enjoying a little bit of leisure activity, or maybe a break, right? Discussing things. Another person has actually like a table pulled out of a wagon. They have a map laid out. They're actually pushing little kind of figurines across it, and they're actually talking amongst each other. So everyone seems, according to you, with your past perception, that they're busy. Everyone's doing something. Everyone's not really paying attention to your conversation. The only one that you are unsure of is Renglar, who is only about 10 to 15 feet in front of you on Patricia. Is Renglar hearing this conversation? Could be.
Aries will chime in, kind of. Dougal, I appreciate your feelings on the court and the I guess transactional values that they have when it's them. I do think we have a worthwhile mission here to find out who's gone missing and who hasn't gone missing, regardless if that leads to actually anything for us or not. I suggest that we keep our comments about the Lord, given the power that he seems to have in this area, more to ourselves in the future, maybe probably behind closed doors where people can't hear what we're saying about him, just in case.
That's interesting. Yeah, okay.
You never know
Sure.
where there's eyes and ears.
No, you are 100% correct.
And I forgot her name.
I thought it was interesting. Yeah.
I forgot her name, but the priest, see the way even she sort of gave in to his power that he had when he called her up there.
A cautious man. I like it. Thinks before he acts, and I look at Tardan with a slanted, crooked face.
I wouldn't go that far. I've just been on the receiving end of some nobles. I won't call it wrath, but I can't think of a better word right now. So scoldings. Let's go with scolding from some nobles that growing up that makes me very, very cautious. And then when you're on a boat, there's only one person that has the final say on everything. It's the captain. They yield absolute power. So you have to watch what you say, otherwise it could be bread and water, or even worse, overboard. And I just getting to know you guys, but Sir Dougal, I appreciate the way you took me into the group and talked to me about the stones or the gems. And I just want to make sure that nothing unfortunate happens to any of us based on conversations we're having in the open right now. And I do think this mission, regardless if it helps him or not, is probably worthwhile for us to help out with as well.
I couldn't agree more.
While we're walking, I'd like to just kind of get a little bit of Ares. So it's not Sir Ares then.
I mean, told you guys where I'm from, and we all know that if you're not highborn there, and I'll look at Tardan, then you're really nothing.
Arden's just going to give a really awkward smile as he doesn't really want to talk about where he's from. Especially after seeing the Tamaria flag. He's just going to give a grin.
Do we notice it's a different grin than usual from Tardan?
I mean, I feel like Tardan's always grinning, so that's a little bit.
It's pretty much Tardan.
I feel like Tardan always has like a smile on the face, like that's how I picture him all the time.
Pretty much.
The last thing I want to check before we kind of move on, did I notice, since I definitely know the Tamarian stuff probably as well as Tardan, did I notice that he got uncomfortable when he saw this, carriage?
I don't.
By?
I mean, I don't think you saw them getting comfortable. I think you probably saw them just being inquisitive, right? Wondering, like, that seems familiar. It's funny, actually. There's, this is out of character, but the Tamarian actually poses to all of you besides Sir Dougal. So all of you actually, besides Sir Duo, can recognize that is from Temeria as far as the colorations of the flag are concerned and stuff. In structure wise, something that I actually was messaging Tardin on Discord, giving some more information as far as structure. So Ares, you would know this, and even Indigo. It's not like it's not public knowledge, but how Elyon functions as far as the capital of the Temerian Republic is that it is only comprised of house representatives. These noble houses maintain these power vacuums by having construction of the colleges of the university. And they use essentially the dean, right, or the instructors, which I classify them as magistrate, second magistrate, and then there's Elvish terms for them. They are representatives of their respective houses. They hold court. They are representatives that also hold court in Elyon and in travel. So to see one here, I guess to sum this up, is really speaking to the power of this lord. To essentially have somebody that would be even a second, third, fourth magistrate, or even the head, come here to have court is A, this lord has to be very powerful, and B, there is a very specific reason as to why they have come. You, right, as far as you Ares, you and the regiment, right, those the kind of nomenclature I provided to you as far as the leaders and things, the actual soldiers, many of them are trained in the house university, the colleges. So it's not uncommon, in fact it's very common, that even basic soldiers of the Temerian Republic have mastery or some mastery over the arcane. That they're taught magic and they're allowed entry into the schools. So one of the things was Highborn, right? It kind of comes up into the stories, a couple of you. So the Temerian Republic actually has a requirement as far as leadership within their republic, that you have to be of noble birth and of Temerian descent to maintain structure within their government, higher levels, or even soldiery. Well, yeah, it wraps into it. And I went really briefly through the flag. There's more. The Temerian flag is far more complicated, but I think as far as information goes, it's probably not entirely relevant right now for what you're trying to achieve. It will become relevant later, but I think right now, we can leave that a little bit vague, and then I can always provide it.
Well, we will chit chat until we arrive, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna go ahead and ping the house. So the house is actually around here. I'm gonna circle it. It's this house, kind of at the edge, and it's half of the house. Okay, so immediately when you come into this area, you are noticing that it is kind of built off and taken from the Holy District. Like there's work being happening to the house, like they're going through renovations, construction. So this was essentially a two-story townhouse that they've made additions to and that they've sublet. So you're going into the far corner, which faces multiple planes of the road. The sidewalk that goes around. There's some street lamps here as well, wagons and other things. And the structure itself is impressive. It has windows. The windows have been boarded up with actual wooden planks in the interior of there. They have boarded the door. So the door has boarded, and there's kind of a posting note that is there. And the sign simply says, do not enter, right? There's kind of just a little bit of a sign that's just stomped down with a nail, kind of stopping maybe entry. The second story, there are windows up there. They're not boarded. There's no balconies on the particular building. Brick stone lines itself to interior wood, and then it sits upon a 4-foot stone foundation. And then it shares that common wall with another, right? Kind of like a duplex style. Right? It shares that common wall, and then you have a door there that faces the western side of the road. And then the backdropping actually has a little bit of some scenery, a couple of different bushes, snow thickets, and sort of things. And it has that separation from the back road as well, maybe a little view for the windows. But right now you're seeing across the way to the east, right? So if you're around the building and you look east across the road, which is only about this particular road, it's main, it's about 12 feet wide. You can see that a couple of the houses are actually been torn down, Holy District, that they're kind of pulling them away. And there's a couple figures, both to be seeming married couple, maybe a male, female, wearing nice attire, some furs, a couple gloves and things. They're actually talking to a couple dwarfs and then a halfling, then a human that have blueprints, holding them out. They're kind of talking them into the group. And so it adds to the fact that they're tearing down these buildings and they're actually potentially putting something here, like another manor or something, right? So that is readily happening. So there's some sound, there's some things, and it's all that construction is really happening around there, and some materials are being brought. Have some things set up to work the materials.
Do we overhear, or can I actually actively try to overhear that conversation?
Yeah,
Because I want
Yeah.
to see if this has anything to do with the altar that the Commoners Guild guy mentioned.
yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check. 20. So overhearing the conversation, they are referred to as Sir and Lady. They're given the noble status, not necessarily lords or dukes or anything. You're not sure of that. But the construction person that is working out of here is actually from a place known as Okfar Construction, based in Lathan, and they've been hired on through the Commoners Guild, and they're running through the blueprint plans of a potential manor that will be constructed here, a 3-story manor with grounds as well as its own walling. And running through the material choices that they want to lay down for the actual structure, while a crew from the Okfar Construction is currently building the foundation of the structure through using the rubble. So they're tearing down while building the foundation, and then they're picking out materials to potentially go through. So that's what the wagons are being delivered for. Beyond the conversation of what the individual you talked to at the tavern, could have had hands in this. Obviously, Commoners Guild was mentioned, and knowing from the conversation, the outfit is quite small, and there's not many hands in the pie, so to speak. So this could lead as well into what they mentioned as lots of land being bought up, being turned over. They try to fight it, was one of the things that they mentioned, right? They fight this from happening, but you're literally watching it unfold right now. Wranglar dismounts Patricia, ties it off near a small little stable pole that sits outside of the structure. A little bit of bushes and things facing the front windows on the western side as well. And these little grooves fit into the actual sidewalk, brick stone, and begins to go up to the boards, grabs into the saddlebags of Patricia, and begins to pull the actual boards down to reveal the door that can be entered through. After getting them off, just kind of grunting, ripping them, shredding them, sets them on side, maybe tosses a board into the bush nearby. Nails just kind of fall down upon the ground. Reaches into the pockets through the armor, kind of grooves the cuirass into the trousers, and kind of reaches, grabs a key ring, and just kind of throws through a couple keys, finds one, puts it into the door, unlocks it, undoes it, puts the keys back into the trousers. You're all free to go in.
How long has it been since these people went missing?
The time frame of Randall Gurn to go missing? The time that was provided to you from Wranglar on the conversation was that they have been missing now for just about a week.
Would you guys mind if before we go in, just so we're not caught off guard, if I ritual cast detect magic really quick? So that way, as we walk in, anything that's magic that may have altered the house in any way,
How
we're
long does
not
it
gonna
take
be-
you?
10 minutes.
Do you have to do anything special, like stand on your head, or do you just concentrate?
I mean, I may have to dance around and play my flute a little bit, but nothing like crazy that's going to attract attention.
I would like to focus on Tartan for the entire ritual to see what he is actually doing.
Okay.
And I would like to, while he's doing that, look around the outside of the house for any signs of, I don't know, forced entry or entry of any means that we may not have looked at or thought of before, to see if anybody may have come from the outside in, type deal.
So you're going across from the west, the south, to the east, right? You have the garden area, so maybe you're looking through the thickets and things, snow prints as well. But in the windows, mainly the second story that aren't boarded, kind of catch your attention or perception. Nat 20!
Let's go.
There we go.
One of the actual windows that is upstairs of current that faces in that direction is slightly
About how high?
So the first actual story is vaulted to about 10 feet, and then the second story encompasses 9 feet. So the window is actually going to sit midway through. So you're looking at about 20 to 21 feet above the actual ground, not including the foundation. So we'll take it to 25.
And is there a, I don't know the proper way to describe it, but like is the window indented into the wall, or is it flush with the wall?
That's a good question. It's fit into.
Or can I even tell?
It's a metal reinforced window, and that's actually reinforced into the stone brick. So it's a little bit sitting inlet into the stone, just a little bit, maybe 4 inches or so, and it has lashing in between. So it's a double pane that could be swung, potentially opened. And so you're noticing that it's just slightly ajar, right? So it's going to has a little bit, in the sense that it's partially open. Is the best way to kind of sum that up. The window itself, right? You're looking at about 2.5 feet in width, and then 3 feet tall. So it's a very tall window, but it's not very wide, and that's kind of a common theme throughout the Noble District.
I'll walk over there. I'm gonna cast levitate on myself. Go up to the window.
Oh god.
Okay.
Is that a bad thing?
So you cast levitate on yourself, and you see immediately some of the construction individuals, right? Slowly looking at that, seeing you levitate up. Just keep working on, keep talking about their plans. Backs are kind of turned towards you, at least the sir and the lady. Eventually, you get up to the window. It has kind of a glazing over it, but you can peek inside. It's a bedroom. This is what it looks like. Seems to have the actual mattress underneath the window, so the bed frame and stuff. It's immaculate, nice, kind of dark, rich woods, large bed, silk sheets, kind of a blackish tan coloration of the sheets. There's a nightstand either side, a chest there at the base of the bed, a couple wardrobes, and a mirror. It seems to, in your perspective, void of a lot of artwork and decor. There's not a lot on the walls, but there's space to put things on the walls. And you have an idea that just by looking at the window, kind of how the latch is turned, and looking at everything inside, like the windowsill and the trim, that from your immediate glance of passive perception, or even taking your nat 20, that there has not been a disturbance in the sense that someone's like crashed through or fell onto the bed or anything. You can proceed through the window if you like.
I'm gonna hold there for now.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. So Wrangler is finished kind of removing the nails from the door, puts the hammer back into a saddlebag, and reaches in, grabs a flask, and uncorks it, drinks, swishes it down. You all proceed inside. Wrangler is not. It's already been through the scene, so.
Yeah, once I finish ritual casting detect magic, and for Indigo's flavor here, the way I kind of see Tartan doing this is he takes his flute out and he's going to play a note that he kind of, in his mind, represents each school of magic. And as the time goes on, he's just going to start playing those notes faster and faster. So that way, that's kind of how, in his mind, he alludes to those.
I like it. That's awesome. Eventually, your detect magic comes out. As it does, it sheds in the radius. You have the walling in front of you, so it's not going through the walling. Is that object there, and so you're just getting the outside environment. You detect magic on Ringlar. Ringlar indeed has magical items on them. Unclear of what those specifically are. Focus maybe and pick out the magic schools if you'd like. You know the magical items upon yourselves, right? Besides Ares, currently the back side of the building from you, so Ares has gone all the way around, and you don't see any sort of magic on the door or the walls or the exterior of the structure.
Okay. I would look at Indigo and Sir Dougal. The spell is ready. If you guys would like to head inside with me.
Ares went up and...
Ares went
we go?
behind the building and then went up. Yeah.
Kind of like the tourist is kind of looking around and just walks off from the group, you know?
I'd be like, Ares, we're going in. You good?
Yep. And when he says that, can I try to get in the window and into the room into a dark corner?
Yeah, you can get into the window. I'm going to pull you to scene.
Okay.
Yeah, then we walk through the door, I'd assume.
Yep.
Oh, what was the elevation? Say it again. It was 20 something, 5.
I had 20 to 25 feet for the window is what he told me, somewhere in that range. So I would like to not make a sound and move to a corner in here, and I'm testing a theory out as the rest of the group is going to search the house.
Okay.
Can I cast actually to try and help him, us, everyone? I would like to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah, so you have come in with Sir Dougal, with Indigo, and with Tartan. At this point, right through your travels, Harak has departed. Right, Harak has walked off. We can say they said goodbyes on the way as well, and has headed off for essentially helping their people in Izwar. So moving on to that. So you've gone in, as far as Nereus is concerned, we can say just zombifying with Wrangler maybe outside. And so it's just right now you three currently on the first floor. Ares, as you come into the second floor through the window, you can open the pan, you can levitate and kind of pull yourself in. Again, you kind of have to squeeze. It's not very large, but you can fit through. You notice right immediately that there's 2 windows to your left there, which faces out to the south side. You also have a door right in front of you there, which kind of leads in potentially to something like a bathroom. And then there's another door through the kind of the alley or the hallway there. I should say hallway, right? That kind of leads out into maybe like a common hallway that has other rooms and things in the second story. Right now, as far as you are concerned, Ares, I need to get you. So you're going to hide in the shadows, kind of dart a little bit to kind of duck down. So make a stealth check. And then with your passive perception, you don't see or hear anything up here as far as getting nat 1. Nice.
From a nat 20 to a nat 1.
Yeah, so I'm going to move you, and if you're going to go into shadow work, I'll probably maybe behind the wardrobe, right, or something, kind of deck down.
Yeah.
You can also...
I don't want to disturb anything. All right. I want to try not to disturb anything there the best that I can. I know moving around in there, I will do something, but the best I can not.
I'll probably say you like squeak on the bed or something, right? When you could also spring and you're like stepping like, oh shit, yeah, no. But even with your passive perception, you don't hear anything. But as you come in and you make the sound upon the bed, the door actually begins to open of the bathroom. This wooden door with kind of a wooden polished kind of wrought iron handle begins to slowly turn. Now, we're going to go ahead and pause that, and we're going to come to the first floor, right? Because it's happening simultaneously. Tarden, when you come into the space and your detect magic is still here, you immediately detect around you School of Illusion magic.
Oh. Just kind of everywhere? Or kind of more towards the altar or this thing?
As far as more towards the altar, getting into specifics, you're noticing you have School of Illusionary Magic over by the dining table. There's some over by the stairs. It's kind of blotched in areas. As far as half a dozen, maybe, is what you're detecting.
And then I saw Dougal wave his hand or something. What'd you do?
I wanted to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay.
So that if there's anything, other than being careful not to disturb anything, I think there's obviously a possibility that whatever made our victim disappear, it might still be here.
Okay.
So there's no reason for us to attract unnecessary attention.
Sense to me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cast it for you.
I can do it.
I've already done it, Harrison.
Fucker.
I'm going to look at Indigo and Sir Dougal. There seems to be illusion magic affecting the dining room table, and I'm just going to kind of point. We should begin there, as that's kind of the closest to us. And then I'm also sensing it from across the room as I kind of walk around a little bit.
You say illusion magic?
Yes, so if we find what the illusion is affecting, we should be able to see through it.
Oh.
At least unless it's high level illusion magic.
Oh. I'll tap Dougal on the shoulder and be like, "We got a magic man. Dispel the magic man. This is gonna be easy."
Does Magic Man have Dispel Magic?
Oh, I thought he was talking about you.
I was talking to you, Jordan.
Oh, I don't have Dispel Magic. I'm not that type of Magic Man. I'm the type of Magic Man that does this. And I'm going to cast Minor Illusion on the door and just have it say hi behind them, just because. Why not?
Darius does have Dispel Magic.
Well, that should serve us well outside with Wrangler. Let's get a rock, a pebble, a fork, a spoon, a shoe, and just throw it at the table.
I mean, I'll just go over and poke it with my rapier, or actually my
Wow.
flute. I'm going to poke it with
Really?
my flute and try to investigate it.
It's a terrible idea.
I mean, I was trying to get you guys to do it.
We can use Nereus for Dispel Magic if that's what you want to proceed with, but
What level spells does Dispel Magic? Second?
it's third level.
Third.
Yeah, I don't think we use that here.
So, Tardan, as you kind of reach the dining table, you come up to one of the legs of the actual chair, and as you kind of reach out towards it, right, and you're kind of like seeing with the tech magic that the School of Illusions here, you can feel the magic coming from it, feel the presence from it. You kind of reach your hand, right, and then your hand just passes through the leg. Like the leg isn't there, the front left of the chair.
I'm going to point this out to Indigo and Sir Dougal. Looks like this chair leg was broken. And then I'm going to wave my hand through the rest of the chair. Is some of the chair there and it's just the leg, or is it?
It's just the leg. The rest of the chair is there.
So there was something that happened here.
I wonder what would happen if we grabbed the rug and just started dragging it, the entire assemblage of furniture.
That's all you, bud.
I look at Dougal and I'm like, I give a nod, like, yeah.
Right. If you
Well, don't
wanted
do that.
it,
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go investigate over here.
I'm already grabbing part of the rug. I'm like, let's go, man. Let's do this.
yeah, we're just gonna grab the whole rug, table on, or not, and chairs or not, and just start like dragging
see
it
what's
across
real?
the floor. Yeah, we'll see what moves and what doesn't.
I respect it.
Okay. So you grab the rug and you kind of give me a strength check. A pretty heavy
Okay.
wooden dining table, nicely polished, good stain. Oh, so was that one? I saw it coming in. Oh, look, you're doing it together. The power of friendship. All right, so you begin to move the table together as you grab the rug, kind of pulling it through. The rug is a nice kind of cotton, a little bit of wool, broderie with trim. Maybe in the colorations of House Gurn, right? This lesser noble house that's been used, because this seems to be a kind of a niche colorations. Immediately when you come into the space, going through kind of a description, right? You have a sunken den area, a couple couches, there's some bookshelves and shelving there. Again, it's a pretty vaulted ceiling with wooden beams that are exposed. And then you have a fireplace, which currently is not lit, even though it looks like there's light coming from it. There's a couch, a couple chairs, things like that, pool table. But what you recognize is that there's this absence of furnishings, right, and decor as well about here. That there's just not a lot. Like the statue that's placed there has just been moved and scratched the wood a little bit around it. It's been put there very quickly. And then there's a couple of shelves that have been put in there, books that have just been thrown in there very quickly, tables around it. It's just like really open. A lack of maybe an interior designist touch, right? Where it's just kind of thrown, almost as if the person had moved here and had yet to really design it. That they were just trying to get here as quickly as possible. And that's similar with the kitchen. Right? There's built-in, such as like ovens and cupboards and certain things. And there's fresh wood for cooking and whatnot, but it's voiding a lot of prep areas, a lot of utensils, a lot of tools. As you move it, the chair that's missing the leg, it falls over, and as it does, that illusion kind of vanishes. And after that, the chair kind of colliding with the ground was enough force for the illusion to essentially break, and reveals the kind of essentially broken off part of the leg, right? That it's snapped off. You can see that by the wood break. Beyond that, the table just moves, and the tankards and things that have been set there are made of polished silver as well as metal. They kind of clink a little bit, and one of them tips over. They're empty, really just put there for lack of space of storage. And so as you kind of move it, that table just crashed. Tarden, you begin to make your way over to the staircase, and as soon as you come to the staircase, you're noticing that there is you're kind of looking up and you're grabbing the railing and you're feeling the wood. And this interesting thing kind of, how would I phrase this? It's not that your hand is passing through, but you're feeling on the wood grain that there are kind of scratch marks, like nails have been embedded in. So you're kind of feeling the railing, and you can feel it, but you can't see it. It seems to go downwards with the railing of the staircase.
Almost as if somebody was trying to stop themselves from being pulled and grabbing the... Okay.
Does the break on the chair leg? Does the break on the chair leg look like it broke in a way that would make a weapon? Like, did the wood break in a way that created a sharp point, or did it break at like a joint, a piece of the joinery in the furniture that would have been expected?
Roll an investigation.
Okay. That renders that question moot.
13. To the best of your knowledge, this is simple as someone had broken it off. In your mind, it had to either been kicked off or someone grabbed it and ripped it off.
I'm going to just call out to Tarden, not in a yell, but just a a normal voice and kind of give him a head nod, like, "You got anything over there?"
I'm gonna look back. My face, the smile on my face that's usually there, kind of goes to more of a like just blank look. One, because this was overlooked, and two, I have no idea what it actually means. I look at Indigo. It appears that somebody hid scratch marks down the rail here. It may be worthwhile while we finish investigating this to see if Wranglar has any sort of magic person that can go to the other scenes. It looks like somebody's hiding stuff with illusion magic.
A broken chair. Why would you?
A broken chair, scratch marks down the rail. Who knows what's upstairs, but we should probably get up there before my magic ends.
Maybe the leg of the chair was a hastened makeshift weapon.
I
A
mean, that's
defensive weapon.
something. Exactly.
The only thing
Yeah,
that could grab.
but then who would cover it? Like, if it was a struggle, and the struggle is what resulted in his disappearance, who would come back and cover the sign and obscure the signs of the struggle? The abductor?
More than likely.
Possibly. What if they
But-
did that prior to
Ever
removing?
leaving.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Especially
I
seeing
feel
as
like
how they said every scene is pristine like this, which makes me think that if somebody was abducting people and there was struggles, that every scene is probably like this. So if somebody with low level detect magic went to the scenes, they could probably find other hints and clues.
I mean,
Only
that's weird to me.
The only two things you're getting from down here, Tardan, was the table and where you're at now.
I'm gonna do a once more pass around the room just to see if there's anything else I'm picking up.
Yeah, like I said, there's about 6 things here. I'm just going to go
Okay,
ahead and
6.
summate it as you go through. You
Got it.
reach over to the glass coffee table that's in front of you at the sunken area. There is a chip in the actual glass. Seems like something had kind of went into it, but didn't completely break the glass. Not spiderweb crack, just like a little bit of a chip or crack. You're going over to the fireplace and the actual coals themselves. There's a piece of parchment in there you're able to pluck away that just looks like it was coals, and as you pluck it away, it's been completely kind of half, 3/4 burned. There's some language on there. It seems to be kind of cursive, written in common, very elegant ink to it. You're beginning to read as best as you can. Just gonna paste a chat.
Okay.
Like if you were abducting someone and there was a struggle and you were worried about being found out, the person missing is what's going to draw people's attention, not the broken chair.
Those are the 3 words that you can get, and they are the first of particular sentences that are on the left side upper corner of the parchment that has not been burned. The rest of it is burned and essentially disintegrated as you pull it out.
I will pass that to Indigo, just to make sure that it gets kept safe, either in his book or wherever he feels it's most looked after.
You feel another presence over by the pool cue, so it's a billiards table underneath. There's a little storage for the cues and things and ball and whatnot. You kind of go over there, billiards, right? So you actually kind of see and feel upon the pool cue that the pool cue has marks upon it, essentially that's been struck into something but yet has not snapped. So you kind of begin to kind of fondle it a little bit and see that this might have been used as a weapon. So you're noticing there's a little bit of here, a little bit of there. And as far as kitchen is concerned, that's where the last 2 are in. The table itself has flecks of blood upon it that have been had essentially little dots of blood. And then in the corner that you've gone, Sir Dougal, the actual table there, there's marks of stone on the table. So essentially, like the table has been lighted into, and then there is a dried pool of blood that is next to the actual table, stonework. And it seems now, Tardan, that you're kind of going over there and kind of moving your hand over it and feeling that. And as you're doing it, the illusion is essentially coming to, so you're being able to see it, right? As you're beginning to kind of coax it through, or coax it through, I should say. And as you're kind of going through, it feels to you, with your passive here, as far as your passive investigation is concerned, that this has been attempted to be cleaned, stained with the stone tiling, where it could be successfully cleaned.
I will have kind of guided Indigo through all of that, and kind of pointed all of that out.
So
and
as you're
also
doing,
pointed-
so as you're doing this, we're going to now switch over to Ares. I'm going to pull you back to this scene so you can get back in here. It's not really activated. Coming out of the door, opening up, is a dwarf. This dwarf in particular has a large kind of scrappy cloth eye patch over one eye, a little bit of crooked nose, scraggly beard of black kind of goes down, and has a nice head of hair, forms into kind of a loose ponytail. Has kind of a couple scars, some black tattoos, crossed swords, an anchor across the cheeks and the face, just little tattoos here and there, and then up here on the brow. It's kind of this essentially like a crescent shape with a kind of a runic kind of pattern to it. They currently have numerous amounts of weapons. They have kind of this bandolier of daggers, 6 daggers. There's a short sword at the side. There's a huge satchel that dangles from there with rope and other sorts of climbing tools and things. In addition, they wear a beautiful piece of studded leather armor with lots of reds, blacks, and a couple accents of gold, black boots and things. They also have a pin currently to the collar that comes up from the armor of the tunic, and a stocky, kind of well-built dwarf. The pin itself is a half-closed eye. Essentially, it's an eye that's open, but only half of it's closed by a lid. As soon as he looks towards you, grumbles a little bit. You've been waiting for somebody. Snickers a little bit. No fear. Name is Marvin.
I'm gonna now that I know he probably sees me really loudly, so hopefully everybody in the house can hear me say, Marvin, put your hands up and let's go downstairs right now, and I'm gonna have my bow out.
No need for violence. I've been watching. Follow. Ringlar is not downstairs, is he?
You're not the one asking questions. We're going downstairs right now.
One of those.
When I'm with the rest of my friends, we'll ask questions. Go one for one.
That's the hand slightly like this. Just goes to kind of raise them going downstairs.
Without a fight.
You all downstairs, even though Ares had said that, do not hear anything. Just FYI.
Negative.
Got it. Back to the kitchen.
Back to the pool table.
See, as Marvin reaches the stairwell here, it might be a little bit weird for you. See your friends?
What do you mean weird?
It's just begin to go into the stairwell, into the darkness, and begins.
I want to keep my distance to where I can see him, but hopefully, knowing how small he is, maybe at the end of a range where he could run up and actually attack me in melee. Kind of being cautious, follow him and make sure he goes where I asked him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull you back. So you begin to go down the stairwell. This is why I'm saying it's trippy. So you begin to come down, and to you, nothing per se has happened. Everything seems, as far as you normal, Marvin just holding up the hands, kind of loosely going down, just walking down the stairwell with the hands slightly like this, looking around. You all now can see, right, this particular character coming down. And Ares, immediately, you notice that the window that you entered from is on this side of the building, but the front door is here, which would mean it would be west facing. But you definitely went through a window that was east facing.
What the hell?
As soon as I noticed the guy come downstairs, I'm like, Darn Dougal, got a bogey.
Hey guys, look who I found upstairs. He says his name is
What?
Marvin.
There's a small bow with the hand kind of backtrack, kind of things. Hey, Guildmaster Marvin of Rudokar, at your service. I've been watching you
What's-
review for some time. Yeah. What? Looks towards the kitchen.
What's a bogey?
A bogey is a possible enemy.
Yeah, could be used. Anyways, your friend came through the window. Yeah, it's a little trippy. There's great magic involved here. I'm glad Wrangler is not here. It's good. Let me tell you. I've been investigating these disappearances, me and my affiliates, for some time. I have proposed at court what my findings are to the Lord, which have been somewhat fruitful, be it not great. The Lord is very much aware that there is magic in play, but lacks the tools. Lacks the tools simply because there is no magistrate, mage, in the keeping of this Lord. But there is history. We've been keeping tabs on you since you've wandered in. It is our play. We like to keep tabs on all, especially travelers, adventurers. It is very common for them to go disappearing now, so make sure that everything is well and, it's taken track. So, all I can simply tell you is that what you see upstairs looks back towards the areas. It's an enchantment. The whole floor, say, flipped.
Was it built that way?
Do not believe so. No, there is something channeling this magic. And well, I figured I'd kill two birds with one stone. Talk to all of you and fight.
How did you get in here?
Ah, through the window.
Insight check.
Yeah.
And as he's doing that, I will say the window was disturbed before I went in.
Son of a bitch.
11. From what you can get, the character obviously is a little bit riddle-ish with how they're talking. Kind of going back and forth through a little bit of the information and timeline-wise. They seem genuine in their posture as well as what they're saying. And they also have no fear, even though Ares, kind of bring down and the posture of this character is that if any trouble were to arise, they would be unharmed. They have that much confidence, that bravado.
Do we recognize the name Rudokar? I feel like we heard that once since we got to Othema.
You did.
Yeah, we know.
That's the-
We know Marvin. He's the
Is it-
guildmaster.
This guildmaster of Marvin. Rudokar is the Thieves Guild.
Oh, yeah.
Well, So if you don't mind, we'll find it. Peace out.
How long have you been here?
Well, I tracked you to the Lord's Keep, and then after that, I made my way here.
How
Recently.
did you know to make your way here, or
Uh,
that we would be making our way here?
Well, I figured from your numerous conversations about missing people, particularly to Wrangler at the tavern, yes? I figured you would make your way here after speaking to the Lord. And if not, well, like I said, two birds with one stone. Came here anyways, but I ate something a little bit suspicious for breakfast, so I've been in the bathroom.
Pardon, I think you should go inspect the bathroom for magical stuff right
You
now.
came, yeah, I was just gonna say, you came to a crime scene and diarrheaed in the bathroom.
It's but I'm here to investigate. That's purely, like I said, two birds with one stone. So we get to this, we know. You come, you didn't, I don't know. I find it, you leave.
And what do you want out of this?
The Rudokar is not your common if you have misconceptions. We are seekers of information, particularly hidden information. We do not believe to have stories, business, and these things held behind closed doors and in secret, especially from our governance. We are a like-minded people for the commoners, and we believe that things happen as far as the governance of the common needs to happen up in the public. Yes, so what we get out of this is helping our common folk. Many of Rudokar travelers, adventurers. For the people.
So back to what you were saying about your findings so far. You said it was flipped, meaning upside down. Flipped.
No. How you say staircase there? Really looks towards the second area. Or like staircase there.
So I
There
think
is
I can help with that,
chance.
Sir Du. The window that you see down here on the west side by the door is the one that I came through, but it's on the back of the house, east side, upstairs. And when I come down here, it is like 180 degrees different upstairs.
Oh, I
Maybe the
see.
best
So
way is
not
to look.
flipped, but rotated.
It's in rotated in a sense.
Yeah.
The best way I can describe this is that it is I don't know if you'd even know what that means if I used it. It's a word that we use in chemistry.
Is it mirrored?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, it's mirrored. It's a good way. Yeah. We'll say.
Maybe we should just go upstairs and look real quick, Sir Dougal, so you get an idea here.
Before we go up, would I know of any magic items that nobles would have seeked to kind of create their house this way that maybe my family had created previously?
Oh, you're like, what would be a magical item that would create this?
Yes, that could do this. Is
Okay.
there something that maybe nobles had requested of my family previously?
Roll Arcana. $17. A magical item such as this would be a ward upon a house, and specifically from this, just be the second floor. That it would be an illusion and enchantment magic into disguise, potentially a hidden compartment or something about the structure that they want to mirror, so that it's not accessible in the actual place. So if you were to go upstairs, right, you would not necessarily have access to it because it's an area that's void of where the structure is. So by having it, right, removing it and reverting the mirror effect, that place within the structure where they've hidden something, that's what these are used for. It's like hide compartments would be there. Commonly walls.
Got
So
it.
thinking about areas for you, right? So this is out of character. I can start. You haven't shared this information, but out of character become 2 because it's a little complicated when I wrote this through. So take the common hall for right? For you walking through, right? It's open. You can't. There's something tangible. But when it's mirrored state, there'd be a wall there
Mhm.
of the bedrooms, right? So that is what it's being referred to. That it would be the compartment is essentially in. If there was a compartment, right, and they're hiding it in the wall, it would be in the common hallway, but you couldn't have access to it because it's enchanted. You couldn't actually get to it.
So, in order to destroy the magic, I would know that we need to find this ward to dispel it.
In order, yeah. So you would. That's what Marvin is looking for, some sort of ward or an object that has been warded or glyphed, right, or something of that nature. And mentioned from your why would someone do this and why would they have that? It's pretty elaborate, but it's specifically to hide, right? So essentially, these trap compartments, these hidden areas within a house, and they do so a little bit elaborately. Besides just having some sort of mechanical nature, it's a magical thing.
I'm gonna look at everyone. I think he's telling the truth. This item is, or this ward, or whatever it may be upstairs, is often used to hide things. By people that just don't want things found. So if we go upstairs, I should be able to locate the item, theoretically, with detect magic. Depending on how powerful it is, the whole area may possibly be lit up. So I guess we'll find out.
Let's go before you run out of juice.
I can always ritual cast it. I just need 10 minutes, I think. With Marvin here, this gives warning to reason enough to take our time and not rush, right? So yeah. I would just make sure that when we go upstairs I have detect magic on,
Okay.
whether it's ritual casting it again or not.
Okay.
So I would lead the way.
Is it going up?
Yeah, I want to be behind Marvin.
Yeah, I'd actually like to be right in front of Marvin.
Oh wow, this is a lot of distrust here.
I'm just
Nah, love a
behind him.
shady dwarf with all kinds of knives on him that's creeping around in a house.
Who just shit his brains out at a
Come-
crime scene.
Come on, no one wants to no one wants to trust our Marvin. Come on.
Part is just
Coop
like,
at home.
eh,
Never.
this is par for the course for us, I guess, at this point. May as well.
The fuck?
Okay. Coming upstairs, common hallway. Again, the 9-foot ceiling height, shelving and other things here. And immediately there needs to be windows on this wall, right? So you're immediately like, why isn't there windows?
Where are the
here?
windows? Yes.
Where are the windows?
So the door straight ahead goes to the bedroom. If you can walk through that door,
Okay.
you'll see the windows. This is what I'm saying.
Uh,
It's
and
really weird.
what's
So,
in here?
Sir Dougal, as you come into that, it's a guest bedroom. Could be built for a child or somebody. So Randall Gurn has family, right? So could be maybe moving, but nothing looks like there's no clothes here in the wardrobe. Nothing in the chest. It's unlocked. Nothing in the nightstands. The bed is just kept. This dust kind of collecting on it. It's been unused. And as you peer through the window, you peer through the back of the building.
Do I notice anything with detect magic in this room?
So going through detect magic, you do not detect anything.
I'm not going in there. I'm keeping my eyes on that guy next to Aries. Dougal, you got anything in there?
A clean bathroom if you need it. Can't vouch for any other bathroom in this house since the dwarf's been here. Well, how about this footlocker?
The
Is
chest?
The chest open?
Yeah, you opened it up. It's an empty chest. There's nothing in there. Some dust and cobwebs and things have been collecting at this point. There are initials, essentially for House Gurn, that are stamped into it. It's a nice metal reinforcement, a wooden chest. Just doesn't have anything in it.
If I slide it out of the way and feel the floor beneath it, is it solid floor?
Yeah, feels like a solid wood. Feels like the bottom of the chest.
What's going on with the headboard here?
It's a nice kind of twin, I would say, mattress as far as the bed frame is concerned. It's beautiful, this dark kind of stained wood. It has a nice intricate headboard that reaches upwards. And it seems to encompass partially of the window. So it's quite large there. The headboard has a little bit of grain to it. It's nice.
Oh, that's what the door symbol is. It's a window.
That's a window, yeah.
Got it. But I'm not looking. If I'm looking out the window,
You're looking at the
I
construction.
am
You're looking at the construction of the back of the building, street.
right. I'm not
But you-
looking in
but
the
you
direction that I would expect to be looking.
Exactly. You should be looking. You should basically be looking out where Inglar is currently.
While they're in the rooms, I'm going to walk next to Marvin and extend my hand and say,
Hi.
"It's good to meet you.
Oh,
I'm Indigo."
nice to meet you, Marv.
I just want to make sure he's not an illusion, and I can actually feel his hand when I shake his hand.
Feels the hands. It's nicely calloused, and there's some great strength there. Dwarf. So.
Indigo's having all sorts of issues.
I'm hanging out the hallway. Tardan, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna open this chest and this wardrobe just to see if I pick up anything with detect magic in this room at all.
Yeah, you're finding the same thing. You're immediately recognizing that there's just nothing in the wardrobe. There's nothing in the chest, and it's just not there. As you pass by the bathroom, faintly, as you make your way through, the wall space between the two bathrooms gives off a slight school enchantment.
I would like to go investigate the wall.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. Go diagonal through my doors, baby.
I'm having trouble. Yeah.
Use your keyboard. It's a lot easier to do. 23. Investigation. So as you're investigating the wall, this beautiful dark stained wood that actually matches the bed frame. So it's kind of a little bit of a grain to it and horizontal paneling. You're kind of reaching outwards towards it, and as you do that, you begin to see that the paneling is a little bit loose. And so you kind of pull your fingers into the paneling and begin to kind of pull and kind of rip one board off, and then you reach your hand in, you grab another panel, and you rip that panel off there. And then on the actual wall is like a sheet of stone that passes through. And the sheet has a rune, like an arcane rune that's large that spans the actual ceiling height here of roughly 8.5 feet of the particular bathroom. And it reaches down to the floor and forms a kind of a spherical thing. So you reach here, reach there, and it kind of encompasses the wall.
Hey, you guys want to bring Marvin into this bathroom for me? I'm gonna yell out kind of into the room. And
Yeah,
into
I
the
don't
hallway.
need to go anymore. I'm good. Thanks.
I feel like you may know how to get rid of this.
I found it. It's good. Is that a dagger? Just destroy, yeah?
He just took out a dagger to destroy the rune. Is that what he's?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was gonna do, to be honest.
It's as simple as it is, right? You just destroy it.
Hey, let's give it a go.
I look to anybody else who's good with magic because I don't know anything about anything.
Does
Have
this
hammers?
raise any red flags to me of destroying magic this way?
I mean, passively, you would not know specifically like how to dispel besides dispel magic, right? Um, I would think that in your mind, that's pretty archaic, like a very archaic way of doing it, maybe, or you might be more worried that it's going to set something off.
Yeah, that was kind of my
so
big worry.
yeah.
Let's no dagger. Anyone know where Nereus is? Does Nereus dispelled magic on the dragon, right?
Yes, someone called my name.
As
What?
much as I hate to ask you for anything, can you
Oh.
see this thing? Can you get rid of it?
I hope he's watching.
Oh, okay. I won't roleplay the video. I won't do that because that'd be bad. Oh man, really? Yeah, we can go ahead and cast it.
Harden wants something from me.
Spell the spell slot. I'm gonna give a check out.
Watch out the window as he does it.
What type of check is he doing?
There it goes. He's making a check for dispel magic. That'd be a spell
Bardic
casting.
inspiration. Yeah,
Okay.
Bardic inspiration. wouldn't
Okay.
hurt that.
It's a D8 for you, right?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and take that off. That
Yeah,
puts
just
me
take it off.
3 out of 4.
All right. Wow. Okay. 18. So very successful there. So it kind of reaches out the hands and just makes the finger and kind of glows a little bit. And he makes a kind of a line, revealing this kind of a break, kind of breaks the rune, right? And kind of drags it through one of the panels, and that just kind of stuffs a little bit. And as that
Tartan.
happens, you notice things begin to shift. As you're in this position, we're not going to change the map or anything. That's going to happen. You have to go through your mind a little bit, right? Beginning to shift, change around. But the actual bedrooms themselves begin to form the mirror, right? And so the bedroom, which is this bedroom over here, is essentially going to form over here, right? So things are beginning to mirror themselves through as they begin to change. And that is going to be the same way as far as the stairs are concerned. So the stairs are going to mirror now as well. So the stairs are going to change position. And then as well as the appearance on the first floor, the stairs are going to change position as well and switch with some of the things on the first floor. So this is all happening, theater of mind. So right now in your current position, you're actually at the center of the kind of the mirror. So nothing is really changing per se for you, right? But as you come outwards, the actual common hallway is mirrored, right? And then so the common hallway is now on the opposite side. Okay.
The stairs are.
And then the bedroom, right? And the bedroom is here. So if you're going to deal with the stairs are forming on the mirror plane, which goes, it seems, through the house. It forms with the walls.
Seems to be a 45-degree flip. Yeah.
Just flipping
They're
like
about.
that.
Okay.
That's the best way to describe where the flip is that it's making. So it's kind of flipping around. Okay? We don't need to go into the complexities of that, right? Of how right, how that is. We just need to know that the rune and the enchantment has been stopped. And as it's done that, you're now inside of the bedroom, and then you come outwards, right, into the bed space, which the bed is here, and then the window, right, is above, right? So you get the kind of the flip position. And one of the nightstands, as you're looking towards it, that your detect magic did not see because it was not there yet, is not actually a nightstand. It's a safe, like a metallic kind of safe to it, and that has kind of a turn dial there, a lever. And now it's in this space. So working off of what you made for your check, you feel as if this was hiding that object in a different plane, as well as mirroring this to disguise its position. So it's twofold with what it was doing.
Do I, with detect magic, feel any? Do I see any runes or feel anything on it?
The safe itself does not have any magic that's inherent to
Okay.
it. It just seems to be impacted, and you might feel it gradually. But as the dispel magic works upon the glyph or this ward, you don't feel anything coming from it any longer. It's just been dispelled. So there's no magic anymore. It's been removed.
How big of a safe are we talking? Like,
I was just gonna ask that.
So
Like-
it's about 4.5 feet as far as its height, and then it's about
Oh.
2.5 feet as far as its width.
It's like a gun safe.
I mean, a
Cool.
gun safe is a lot larger than that. I mean, it's
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a ground safe.
you'd be looking at like
hip
6.5, 7 feet for a gun safe sometimes.
It's a little heavy. It's a little heavy to walk away with. Is what I'm getting
Yeah.
at.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can imagine if we're relating this to guns. I mean, maybe handguns, smaller armaments.
But it would be
The-
a money safe.
It's kind of like a
Oh.
filing cabinet size.
Okay, I was gonna say like a 2-drawer filing cabinet type
Two-drawer.
size is what we're looking at.
Yeah, 2-drawer
Okay.
filing cabinet size.
All right. So, to the group here. So, 2 questions. And look, I know I'm still the new guy, but 2 questions come to mind here, and the first one is, how did what's his face down there with the damn horse miss how this is flipped upstairs when he was doing his investigation? And then the other one's not really a question, I guess, more of a comment. But Tartan, I think a dagger would have worked just fine based on what Nereus did. Just say.
Looks easy.
Have you ever played with runes? They are very intricate, and if you put a line in a different spot, it could be the difference between this and an explosion glyph. And personally, I like my life. I hate you guys sometimes, but I like my life. Okay? I
I'm
hate
just-
you guys just because of the craziness that surrounds you, not necessarily y'all. Y'all are great. I love you guys.
So obviously we have to work on vocabulary because rhetorical is not something you have to answer. But we'll get back to that. I just figured a highborn like you would understand that part of it. But back to, how did he miss that the house is flipped upstairs?
Right. That seems like something that should not escape even the most simple investigators.
It might be help to you.
Well, I'll just turn and look at Marvin.
You
With
have
inquisitive.
recently. When they inspected inside and looked through the windows, well, they weren't exactly the way that you would see them here now. Let me phrase it this way. They walked around, from what I could guess. They were showing through the windows, yes. But when you came through window, you saw it's you. But the window was sight.
I'm gonna go over and give the safe a pat.
I believe me, from what I'm seeing here, it's very astonishing magic. That there is 2 at play. You have Gurn, elaborate hiding something here. Source is safe. And you have somebody who is trying to cover up it's a good number of magic involved.
Okay, that's gonna be my next question. So, Marvin, you think there's a illusionary magic to hide possibly the crime that happened, but then maybe some type of other magic to hide the safe that we happen to find?
Safe is hidden. They did not. I do. They could have found safe. But
Well, it wasn't there, and now it is. So we found it.
exactly. But after that, this was removed. Yes. So, what I am proposing is that this one was looking for it and did not find it.
So they took Gurn.
Because he would know where it's at, and
Exactly.
maybe they could get the information out of him.
Exactly, but they did not want to suspect for Ringler or Guard investigating the disappearance. So they used magic to disguise the flip.
And because no one else is a magic user like me and Nereus, it's much harder to discern where things are.
Yes, and you must know. I mean, I do not study, but I know a couple of the cards. You have some interesting with the magics. Is that you might know it's, time. Yes, these spells do not last indefinitely. So
Marvin,
simply, Regular just never came back. But, yes.
so you say you value information. So I have to ask you, now that you know this safe is here, what are your intentions?
Well, takes the satchel and pulls out a kit. Break into it. Find out what's inside.
I gotta tell you, I'm loving Marvin.
On one condition, Marvin, seeing as
Oh.
how I found the glyph. We get first dibs at deciphering the information.
Well, of course.
What?
You all are investigating this matter, and it is, well, I mean, to great you great success. We're working together, yes?
As long as we remain aligned, if there's some political reason that it was stolen, I would rather us have a first look, if that makes sense.
It does. And you're more than welcome to tell Wrangler, involve Wrangler. I do urge the side of caution with Wrangler. And it is not that I do not suspect them not to be a good person or they're involved with any nefarious or dealings of any kind with these disappearances. It's that the eyes are always upon the lead investigator. That is, if someone has gone through this amount of work and has this level of magic, then most likely Wrangler is being watched. There are ways of getting information from the mind as well. You must be cautious. You do at your own free will, but you mind? Yes? I go now?
Diggo?
Yeah, let's see what you got.
Rolls a 33.
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit.
You can roll that high? I guess so.
I think he might have done it.
See,
I
after
guess.
20 seconds or so, rips it open. I'm not looking. Covers eyes. Puts jewels back in the satchel. First dibs, yes? Walks away to the corner.
Yes. I will walk up, looking back at the party, and I'm going to reach in and investigate what's in the...
Okay.
Actually, Detect Magic is still on. Is there anything magical in the chest that would draw my attention first?
I'm going to say your Detect Magic is... How long does that last?
Off. 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's most
I
likely
guess it
off at
probably
this
would be
point.
off.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Okay.
it's off. I mean, you can always recast as a ritual taking time. I think everyone's okay with that. If you're playing.
I'll cast it with a spell slot.
You said you'll.
Yeah,
Nope.
I'll cast it with a spell slot. No need for
Okay.
the. No need for the.
Here comes Sir
ritual.
Dougal. Match. So Sir Dougal, you outstretched right, begin casting out right. You feel the aura. Get that big template going. So big. Oh no, I can't remove it. Yes, I can. Get out of
Yeah, how do you get rid of it? Yeah.
I got it. It went a lot like off map. Sometimes the things go off map, you can't remove it. It's kind of interesting. So as you use your detect magic and you're feeling space, you detect magic coming from inside of the safe. The safe itself has 3 different shelves. There is a smaller kind of pocket metallic chest at the base of this safe. You're not detecting any magic from that. Second shelf has a leather-bound kind of journal that's in there. It's maybe roughly seems like 60 to 70 pages worth. It has a kind of a binding that goes around. And then at the top, you're sensing magic coming from something weird. It is a stick. Best interpretation. Or, as you come closer, a piece of wood.
A
Essentially
chair leg.
A splinter. It is not a chair leg. It is not a chair leg. It
Does
is
it happen
black.
to be divine?
It is black. Has the school of necromancy coming from it. And it has a black ashen bark that covers outside, suggesting that it is a piece of a tree.
Shares characteristics like with the sun tree. You
tree.
said it was black though.
Black bark.
Yeah. Right. This is the sun tree was what, white bark,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I thought it was. White.
But when they
So maybe
trimmed
this
it,
is like
didn't the because they took care of it and trimmed it, didn't pieces turn black when they cut it off?
right,
correct.
it's black because of it's been separated from the tree, right?
That's why I was thinking it was divination magic. But if when it's removed from the tree, it becomes necromancy, that could also make sense as to why it turns black. Assuming Sir Dougal actually shared any of us with us.
I certainly didn't, but I will.
Okay.
Then, in Tardan fashion, the first thing Tardan's going to do is grab the stick and inspect the stick, even waving it around a little bit just to see if.
Swish and flick.
Swish and flick, towards a wall. Towards a wall,
Oh God.
not towards a person.
Oh my God.
As you do it, nothing seems to happen.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
Marvin still has the eyes closed.
I'm kind of gonna give Dougal a hand on the shoulder, not really demand or say anything, just kind of with the what else is in there other than
Oh, yes.
.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the journal.
Yeah, I'll pass the stick back and pull everything else out and kind of huddle up with the group.
Guys, he's done nothing but help us. Entire situation. Does Marvin really have to have his eyes covered right now?
If somebody went through this much trouble to hide something, if it happens to be for political means, with the current tension of the common folk and the nobles, I just want to see what's in here before we turn that over to somebody that's specifically aligned with one or the other.
Hey, I didn't say turn it over. I just said he looks like a little kid over there with earmuffs on. Do we really have to do that to him?
I mean, he looks kind of cute right now, despite the.
No, my ear's still here, right? Yes.
Oh. I'm trying to help you out here.
Oh, I mean, this is fine. I mean, share not. I do not care.
Like I said, I'm still the
I just don't want to cause this town any more turmoil than we already have. We already left the giants in disarray. I would prefer not to leave Othema in disarray.
So, look, if people have been disappearing without a trace, it's happened multiple times, and now we found this. I hate to break it to you, but the town is already in disarray. And there's already bad stuff going on behind the scenes.
Not Civil War type disarray. This is
Oh, I would beg to differ. It's just a different type of civil war. Trust me, I've seen war.
Here's, would you feel better if Marvin came over?
Not that I would feel better, but I think we're dealing with something that's, well, I'll speak for myself. This is way out of my league. And Marvin, to this point, has shown no ill intentions. And all he's done is help us. He might have some insight into these items. I don't know.
What do you think, Dougal?
I hate to agree, but I think, yeah, I think he might have more insight that could take us hours or days to uncover.
Hey, Marvin.
Hi, yes.
Come on over, yeah? You can take. I grab his hand. I'm like, you can.
Oh, thanks.
Come on. What do you know? What do you know about this? And I'll point to the blackened tree stick.
It looks like part of a tree. Yeah, it's very similar to the clippings of the sentry.
Okay. Fair enough.
That was in there.
Well, one of the things.
This
And what
person
about
kept
the
journal?
stick. This person kept stick and stick. Oh, journal. Yes. Hand over, or you even looked? No.
I will hand Marvin the journal.
Oh, I didn't say that. Hand and shit to him.
Against the thumb through it. Looking through it. It is Gordon's personal journal. Yes.
Does anything stick out about it? Anyone he met? Maybe the day he disappeared?
It's looks like weekly schedule with Flea Market Commoners Guild, as well as going to court with Lord Downfloor. Several occasions. Does not pertain why. Commoners Guild looks like for renovations, furnishings, things to build a house.
So he was planning on staying, it would seem.
Yes, I believe that Rendlegun was sent here. Comes from People's Palace, Tathars, some lesser noble work there, and I look. They call Rendlegun the a collector, archaeologist, someone who identifies magic items and things. And from when I did my background check of Gurn, I believe Rental Gurn was little studied in magic. Wizarding school known as Glinlar. It is in Melandar. It's far to south. In Thrina, it's a little bit of an elvish colonial city down there. Makes sense, the word?
Makes sense with the tree too.
Could be. It's good to have some sort of purpose. Archaeologist, collector, I don't know. Something kept. Anyways, left People's Palace. Bought this, put in, and looks like moving family. So
Who, in your opinion, of this town would go through all this trouble to presumably, or we assume anyway, to find the chest here?
You asking me?
You seem to have insights on everybody in town.
Well, I keep tabs on a lot. Yes, I don't know who would have dealings of getting this. It does not make sense. I mean, I don't even know what this thing is.
Well, in your best guess, who would have the skills, the knowledge, and the ability to get and do something like this in this town?
Well, it's resources, right? You have Lord Thaun for law. I mean, it's magic. You have Valria, priests, as well as many of the clerics. So might be able to tailor. But remember, I said that the Lord does not keep mages at the side. No magistrate. Nobody that would hold any kind of skills of the arcane. I think the closest you'd have is Valria. Beyond that, I don't know. Previous magistrate to the last, anyways, to hold magic in the keep was the name of Gular Balu. Let's see, it was a wizard. Bit of a falling out. I've done as much research as I can. All I know is that Gular Balu was in search of something that's, well, that was not in the eyes of the Lord very good, and took many trips to the marshes of Unveiling.
Oh,
That was a long time ago. It's been many, many years. Valria was young. It's 20 years, 30 years young.
That was Valria that took those trips.
No. That was Gular Balu. Gular was the last person to hold arcane magic in the Lord's Keep, and was actually magistrate to the Lord. Someone of great privy and had been working with Alan for a long time.
How would the Sun Tree Cathedral react if they found somebody stealing these clippings from them?
It's not something that I know that happens quite often. They what's the word? Disintegrate them. They remove them through radiant light, and they recycle it into fertilizer they use. So that's, they hold the Sun Tree in great sacred worship. I imagine that they would be very upset if this was something of the Sun Tree was stolen anyway. Slow accent there. I've been holding it so well there. Oh, it's hard.
Pretty good.
It's a hard one.
What could you use it for? What would it?
Those you see clippings of Sun Tree?
Yeah, what? Why control it is my question. What is its nefarious use?
Beyond me, don't know.
What was the third item?
Metal chest at the bottom.
Oh,
that I was
the chest, right?
Yeah.
going to point out to Marvin.
Yeah. So see the chest. Allow me. Yeah.
Yes.
Steve Stools fills it into the keyhole, unlocks it quickly, slides it open. No need to roll, as Marvin's guaranteed a certain check. Looks over the chest. It's his coin, yes? 400 platinum.
What?
Hey, Indigo, close your eyes real quick. We're just gonna put that in the bag.
Similar to like poker chips, right? That's kind of the way that they're aligned within the chest, in groups of like velvet and wide into the actual wood. So this is essentially Gurdon's coin, right?
Said Indigo, turn around.
Judging by all the blood downstairs, Gurn is likely dead. I would assume, if somebody cleaned up the blood and there was a dried pool to find.
Or whatever took him there were multiple of them, and he took down one or two of them in the struggle.
Trust me when I say the best case for him, dead.
Either way, we take the
So-
coin with us. If we find him, we give it back. If we don't find him,
I'm back. That was weird.
Um,
How much platinum was it?
400.
so 4,000 gold,
Yeah,
which
4,000
is a
gold.
lot to leave unprotected
That's
here
like-
now that we broke his magic
There
seal.
That's like
it
4
wasn't unprotected.
I mean, but we broke the magic seal now, and we picked the lock, and we don't have the keys. So now it is unprotected. So we can't just leave it here.
That's like
I see.
4. That's like 4 gnomes we can ask for information, right?
You don't know about how much. I mean, I guess you kind of do. You picked it up for conversation. Besides the point, rude. We paid 1,250 gold for a bag of holding.
Yeah, I
What
know.
y'all are talking about.
So look,
Can we look
Tar-
for a false bottom on in the safe?
Sure. Go ahead and make a roll. Investigation, please.
Does somebody else want to check for a false bottom?
I will check for a false bottom.
yeah, mine's not.
You don't want me doing that. See?
22. You kind of feel, and you feel metal, solid. There's no little hidden compartment, no traps, no nothing. And again, the elaborateness of getting this way, I mean, good to go even one step further would be redundant.
Okay.
I think the only one that's going to be able to answer these questions for us is the one that we're looking for right now. Best case for him is he's dead.
It's, I
Well,
believe,
Worst case for him is he's still alive, and they're trying to get this information of what we found out of him right now.
That's interesting. I think I actually see a trip in our future back to Valria to ascertain what, if anything, the purpose of procuring these what
Clippings.
sections of bark clippings? Yeah. What is their use other than fertilizer? You know.
I guess, and correct me if I have no problem going back, because at this point, I don't like the church anyway. It just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Zealots and people that follow orders with it. I guess what I'm worried about is the fact the Lord wanted us to go down to one of their sacred rituals beneath the church. If I was going to kidnap a group of adventurers, for whatever the means, it'd be very easy to do it if they went to the church of their own free will. And we already know that the followers of Palor, at one time or another, didn't like people that used magic. And I'm just going to kind of allude to me and Nereus there, and even Sir Dougal now. So
I don't think it's as clear cut as that, but sure, I appreciate what you mean. I'd be happy to go in alone if you think that exposes us to less.
Oh no! If we're going together. It's just I want us to be on guard, as we've already fought followers of Palor once. I don't want us to be disillusioned because we talked to the tree.
I'm also a little interested in this Gular character. Where do you think we could go for more information on him?
Seems like Valria.
Right? Either Valeria or the Lord.
Do we ask what's his face outside?
No.
Who, Wrangler?
He may have known him, possibly, depending on how long. Well, no, because that was a long time ago. We said the last person that uses magic within the Lord's Keep.
don't want to
The-
intervene, but I would, this isn't about, me regular being watched, but, you come up with the name, that one in particular.
My
Wrangler
bro.
would wonder where you heard this.
I don't think it's a good idea to ask the Lord either. That's just showing our hand with information that we have at this point. Who do you have in town that you trust that would have this information? Maybe a barkeep?
As far as information on Gular,
I'm kind of asking the party and Marvin. Like, I mean, I'm new. I don't really have a lot of contacts in the town here. I was just kind of getting here after the explosion, so it kind of an open-ended question to anybody.
I mean, really, the only contacts we've really made in town would be the commander and Valria within the church. It's really the only two people we've really had any time with to establish a rapport with.
I would say that Gular is probably secondary to what's going on here.
I think
He may-
Gular might be what's going on here.
Correct, but
Gular
Go ahead.
was put to death.
Are we sure?
Yes, Gular was banished by the lords, and then returns for something that's, well, executed. So it is something that no one speaks too much of Gular. It's primarily before human time, and few individuals might be old enough to know. Master Talrus Falro of the Zealous Flagon might know Gular, but Gular stayed within the keep, and the keep's walls did not tend to deal with other folk. Your best information as far as Gular would be Valia. She's innocent, sweet, and, well, I tends to keep information away from the Lord. Not nefarious. There's no reason, but it is privileged information. It is not shared unless you wish. That's what Valerie is.
Sir Dougal, did you share with us source of magic from the the tree clippings that were in there?
I didn't, but I don't really know why I wouldn't. Yeah, is that meaningful to you? Do you know? Is it carry an implication for you? Does you knowing that it's necromancy give you?
It leads me to my next question. Dealing with this, because this Gular guy took a trip to the swamp where we know there's undead coming out of.
Right.
We found that out last time. So my question to Marvin, since he says he's dead and executed, do you know where he's buried?
Gular was buried in the crypts. Frank and his nation's for services long due. After they were burned profusely with radiant lights, they were buried within the crypt.
Question to the group. Given what we know about the swamp and Gular, is this worth getting to the crypt to look at and see if there actually is a body?
Well, a crypt means what? That it's some kind of tomb that we can open, right? So we don't even have to dig a hole.
I mean, I can't speak for this setting, but usually, yeah, that's usually it's some type of a rock or concrete setting where you is not dug in the ground essentially. Now I don't
Unless
know.
it's a mausoleum type crypt and we have to get through whatever the stone placard is where the bodies are buried.
Yeah,
Unless there's an objection, I will hold out my hand and take the uh, box of 400 platinum and the journal and the stick into the bag of holding.
I would like to hold on to the tree clipping if that's okay. I just want to see how it reacts to other magic around it, the same way the tree kind of did with our stone. If that's fine with you.
Is my biggest concern and question personally is I don't believe that clippings that fall off the sun tree would be necrotic. The fact that that's what it is and that's the school seems me to think that it wasn't normally like that. I don't believe it falls off the tree of Paylord and it's I don't think it would be necrotic when it hits the ground. All of a sudden now this is necrotic. So I think a
So
trip to the crypt is in order. Yes.
I agree with the crypt. The only disclaimer to kind of it becoming necrotic that I would have is one, we've watched them fall off the tree and turn black, and two, Matt, the tree, told us that he could feel that corruption
Right. Do,
from that.
I,
So it's likely that it's seeped into him. And while it's on him and connected to Paylor, it protects the tree. But once that severance is there, the necrotic takes over because now it's no longer connected to the radiant.
Or hell, maybe
Was
that's why the thing.
why
Maybe
it
it's
can't grow.
why he can't grow. Period. Is that he's literally that tree has turned necrotic, like not evil, but just he's infected. You know, he can't grow.
At a
uh,
biologic level.
Possibly. I
on.
mean,
Ooh, that's a good point. Where are the crypts located that he would be buried in? Are they below the sun tree?
One block over from us, give or take.
Yeah, but
Oh,
below the sun tree. This is just
The well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your beautiful conversation. I'm just listening to the way you think. Are you sure none of you wish to sign up here for the car? The thieving and roguish things? Not maybe? No?
I prefer to work in the light.
Oh, yes.
I prefer to work for certain causes that are just.
The
Not sure you guys are on that all the time.
essentially the roots, they grow deep and wide. They encompass a good large area. The crypt was built by Sular Kingdom long ago. Conscripted but held by dwarfs, the Altafist, Travel, and even Randall. They used the knowledge to build the crypts. It is intricate. Currently, Crispa Ilyar is a dwarf who is descended from the founders of it, helps with its construction. It is very deep, and it is well designed to occupy a great number within its one level. It's very open, supported. There are some mausoleums above. It is also a cemetery, so things are buried above, especially for common folk. Everyone likes to be near the center. There is history of why the century is buried. Talria can test this. That's why. But, like I said, its roots grow deep. It could be plausible that they get towards the crypts. It's possible it even reaches towards Lotan Follow's Keep. It's a massive tree. It's speculated to be hundreds.
Marvin, are you happy, content, or or irritated with the findings within the safe?
I mean, I would hope that it would be like, hey, who took a gun? But hey, it is what it is. I mean, I feel like your thought process here is quite solid. I would maybe speak to Valeria first if you're interested in the Gular character. Have that, information there. But for tracking down, the crypt is not open to public. It is usually locked, and Crespa is, well, keeps all the keys on the.
Crespa.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Who's Crespa again?
Crespa Ilya is the crypt keeper. It's a dwarf, descended from.
Yeah. Where do they live?
Oh, Crespa?
Yeah.
Yes, they live in the Driftamar, I believe. To say across the way, western sides, 6-7 blocks from the main road, goes north towards Trader's Street.
Are you familiar enough with Crespa that maybe they owe you a favor?
I may be able to get Crespa into Mountside Tap, likes to drink there.
So you wouldn't be able to get Crespa to open the crypt for us.
Yay! Crespa is very loyal. He's very loyal. So I mean, maybe loosen the tongue, perhaps. Some ale. I would say stealing the keys would be far easier.
I don't know about stealing. Maybe we ask first.
Well,
Sure.
yeah. More.
I can bring. How about this? I send to get Crespa over to Mountside Tavern, and perhaps you talk. I do not wish to. Not that I don't like you all, but I tend to, well, like to shroud my influence into this matter. Yes, so perhaps keeping it somewhat secretive would be best. And
We would probably prefer you as a silent partner.
yes, that's it. There,
Well,
there it goes. Silent partner.
Yeah, I mean, Marvin, just so you know, we're not your enemy.
No,
We just are
even if-
cautious of who we align with.
Smokes pipe. Puts it away after finishing. I mean, even if you were enemy, it's okay. I maybe cut off 1 or 2 fingers. I keep you alive.
It wouldn't be the worst I've had done.
If we ever needed to get a hold of you, how would we go about contacting you?
Yes. Do you have a lantern?
Lighter or letter?
Lantern. Like
Lantern.
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 We
Nope.
if we don't, we can get one. Go on.
No, I'll just give you mine. It's okay. Pulls out a bullseye lantern and some oil. So it's like a thing for it, right? To light it. Gives it to whoever. Light, cover, light, cover. 5 times. Out you're still staying at Stormy Inn, yes?
I think so.
Some
yeah,
of us.
Out your window, yes, and one of us will come, yes, and will send for me, and maybe I'll get there.
Fair enough.
Who's taking the bullseye lantern?
I'm actually just going to say, I wouldn't take your lantern, but we can buy our own. And 5 times, understood, loud and clear, got it.
Okay, it's just for yourself. That's fine. No worries.
Thank you.
Well, it seems like we are done. Yes, tonight, Crespa.
I think for now, but I don't think this will be the last time that we meet. So
No.
So be safe, yeah, and take care of yourself.
I think he's more worried about us. But
Marvin, I'm sorry for the unfortunate way we met. But I was not expecting you by there. To be honest, you scared me a little bit. But thank you for all your help tonight. Or today.
Bows, has the hand. Of course. Welcome. Looks out the window. So we'll do you mind? I'll just wait here for you to get the Ringlaw to move, yes?
sounds good. You'll have to
That window
show me
faces
what
out
you
to
did
the,
with those.
the windows face out to the front, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So yeah, that's why. So I'm just gonna wait.
So he needs-
sits,
Yeah.
sits out of the chest, lights and packs a like bowl into the pipe, right?
Question to the group: did we get the time to meet at that tavern with the guy tonight?
A
It
night.
was just the evening with the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just evening probably is
Yeah,
at this
okay.
point. Evening, yeah. Well, most
Okay.
likely like 8 o'clock would be a time.
Okay.
So I guess we have time to go to the church.
Yeah, maybe find out some more about Gular here.
Don't know that we mentioned Glular, but
Maybe we don't mention him by name. We just ask when the last magic user was in the keep.
So as you proceed out, we'll just go ahead and activate your district map here to pull out. You see Ranglar is just kind of sitting down on the sidewalk currently and is sharpening their axe that they use. They're just kind of taking a stone to it, sharpening it. As sees you comes out, sheaths it, and looks, feeds an apple towards Patricia. Find anything useful?
nothing
Ares is going to look away.
nothing pertinent. However, I think maybe Paylor could help guide us. I know that the Lord offered us to perform some ritual under the cathedral with Valeria. I think that's going to be our next step. Maybe Paylor can guide us.
Really?
I would tell you, that's about all I got for you.
I
At this
need
point, we're
one
all
of
shooting in
you
the dark.
Roll a deception check.
Go.
All of
Got it. So that's a 20 because I can't roll below a 10.
Yeah.
Technically.
Would take you there, or could I go back to Fort Frostbury?
It's just up the street and to the right?
Yes.
Okay. You go have a drink. We'll find you later if we need you.
Outside of Patricia. Good luck. Let me know if you need anything. Begins to ride off, headed back for Fort Frostbury.
Thank God he's gone. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life was not tell the truth right there. Whew.
Yeah, but it's a struggle sometimes with this guy. You have to believe that there is a grander, some greater good that your small harm is in service to.
I'm telling you, you get caught telling lies to people like that. Especially when they're in positions of power and authority.
I
It's not
believe you.
good.
I agree. I feel the same hesitation that you do.
Please don't ever ask me to lie for the group. I don't know if it'll, especially to somebody like that, I don't know if it'll happen.
If a lie needs to be told, I will tell the lie for you.
As much as I appreciate that, now it makes me wonder if you're going to lie to me too.
Probably.
What was the question he asked specifically? Was there anything of
Yes,
talking about
what
Wrangler?
we found.
When the commander asked us, what was
Yeah.
the question that he asked specifically?
Did you
Like
find
verbatim.
anything?
Yeah, I feel like that's a loaded. I mean,
Yeah.
a loaded question. So
And
I mean,
that
you
would
can
be
answer
why I
that.
said
You can answer that in
pertinent.
a way you'd like to. So.
We didn't find
Commander
anything
is
pertinent.
short, few words as possible. And
I
it's
think
literally just right.
I think probably for me it's a with finding what we found, not sure exactly who to trust and everything, and then also possibly less people that know about this, the better until we get a little bit more information. But I don't believe that this is something I would like to keep hidden forever. Once we have evidence or some facts, then we present. Because
We
for
just
all
need
we
to know
know,
who
it
to
may
trust.
say Valyria is for some reason, corrupt, and then that would be a massive, thing. So the thing is, what are we going to do for better part of the day until we meet with the Crypt Keeper later? I'm going to go to the underneath the tree, try to get down in there, or
Weren't we offered to go under the tree or under the cathedral to do the thing? I mean, I wasn't lying when I said that's what I figured we were doing.
Yeah, you were
Figured it made
invited.
sense.
You were invited to attempt to commune with the dial, the sundial, and essentially
Yes.
reach out to Palor.
we think Dougal.
I'd like to go, even if just to speak to Valria, but these other motivations that happen to exist near the church are only make it more essential that we go, I think, right? Yeah, I think our path leads back to the church.
And the conversation with Valria is going to go how?
Right. I think that there are people I think there are people like Marvin that have information we need. And I think Valria is one of those people.
Yeah.
I think we have to be semi-honest with her.
Do we show her the stick? Or I mean, it's hard to randomly inquire about that. I feel like
Right.
out of left field. Like, by the way, when the
Well-
twigs drop, are they corrupt for some reason? Like,
We can just ask what they do with them and if there's any magic pertinence to them. Though something just clicked in my head, and maybe this is just the way I think.
oh hell.
Oh, where are we going?
Somewhere.
So, that's usually what happens.
Roll a D100.
So let's just say that what we suspect with the branches being trimmed from the tree, right? And it is a necrotic infection, and then they use radiant light, and then they use this as fertilizer. If that radiant light doesn't purge all the necrotic essence from it, is that fertilizer going to the greenhouses and then into the plants and then into the people in this town?
Turning them necrotic in a sense or evil. Like
There's
what,
no
I don't
telling what it
understand
could be
arcane.
doing depending on how long it's been. I don't know what the necrotic essence is. Because necrotic essence could be, just inflicting pain, lowering your ability, but it could also be turning you undead. There's a plethora. Necromancy covers a lot.
How?
Too much.
Did I just blow everyone's brains? Sorry, that was the thought I had, is that what if the entire town is being slowly poisoned to death, essentially, because of this?
And the
I think we're
stick
going to
this-
learn a lot when we speak to Valria.
And you think maybe the stick this guy collected was evidence of that?
Correct. Which is what makes me even more,
So
I don't know.
Well, that's why.
Then Valeria
I'm
has a piece
vaguely
in this.
That's why I'm vaguely suspicious of the church.
Oh man.
That's
The
why
more
I'm
we show
curious.
our hand.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just wanna know where how the conversation needs to go, because we don't need to go there thinking are we just we're thinking one thing and then all of a sudden somebody throws a curveball. So we're keeping the stick quiet, but we're gonna go down below, obviously look around. Maybe there's other branches and stuff that have fallen. Do they look the same? We could ask about them then. It wouldn't feel out of place to ask that. The sundial maybe bring up, something. Depends on how much do we even bring up the Randall guy. Have we, out of character, have we talked to, she just knows about the disappearances, and I don't think we specifically asked her about Randall and any history she had with him. I don't think.
I thought we did. I thought she mentioned that he had been to a few of the
Services?
services, but that was really it because he was pretty new to town. I could be wrong, but I remember that conversation. Because that was the conversation that led to her telling us to go find Wrangler.
It
Or to
seemed in
talk
his.
to Wrangler.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Nope.
It seemed when Marvin was talking that he trusted her as another source of information. I
He
don't
called
think.
her.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the word he called her was innocent.
So, with that and the way Marvin views everybody else, although I don't disagree, your theory may be correct, Hardin, and I can't believe I'm saying that right now, just knowing you for a couple of, like a day. But it seems maybe she may not know what's going on and may be indirectly helping. I don't think you get Marvin's trust very.
The issue is he never said he trusted her. He said that she was innocent, which could be a facade. It could be an act. I can act innocent if you want me to.
There is no fucking way you can act innocent.
You'd be surprised the performances that I can put on, sir.
Did appreciate the ballad. Do we
I
bring
think
up Gular?
Valria has given us much. I think we absolutely do.
Indirectly or just straight up?
I think I don't see what I don't. Maybe I don't understand why we're so distrusting of her now. She's been. I think she's been not only welcoming, right, but also forgiving. Even when we made a mockery out of her
Hold on about
noontime
mockery.
service.
Hold on with the
Okay,
mockery there.
okay. I apologize. when we made a loud entrance into her noontime service,
Much better.
she seemed to be super understanding, forgiving, and welcoming. I just don't share the suspicion, right, of her.
Based on
Well,
the conversation with Marvin, I don't know who we can trust and who we can't, despite the way they act toward us now, is my opinion.
And then you couple that with the, however the hell we got there, the beach incident with the Palor followers. And
So we take a leap of faith, and maybe would disclose to Valria what we found.
If we do that,
I
I want
think
us to be
so.
prepared for backlash. I don't want us to go in there
Possibly. But, I mean,
not.
from who?
The paladins, the clerics, the clergy, the whatever you want to call them in there.
If we did, though, I mean, wouldn't that identify our enemy?
But then we're stuck in the middle of town if our enemy is the paladins of Falor.
I mean, if our enemies are the paladins, I mean that's a pretty big deal. I mean, that means the whole town is a corrupt machine, and she alone is, as Marvin said, just a innocent, oblivious, wheel in the machine that didn't know what she was doing. It's up to you guys. We're a group. It's not a dictatorship. I would probably vote to disclose what we have found to her and read the room after. But maybe talk to her in private, not amongst others.
My vote would be we feign ignorance of everything and simply go there and ask as many questions as we can about things we see.
She knows we're on this. She knows She knows that we've agreed to help in this investigation. She knows we went to the house. She's been super helpful. And I have not felt this suspicion towards her until this conversation.
Keep your friends closer, or keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. That's all I got to say.
She knows all
She's
that.
not an enemy.
We don't know that.
So let's find out if she's an enemy by we have to find out who's on her side and who's not. So at some
Correct.
point we're going to have to put a little bit of faith in somebody, and if we get screwed, then we know, or we know for certain that she's an ally.
So, here's one thing that I also think we're overlooking. We can trust Wrangler. Marvin essentially told us that what we can't trust is that he's being watched. So we can't talk to Wrangler in the open. He even told us that we could disclose everything to Wrangler, but to be careful, because if somebody has the magic to do all of this, they're likely watching in some way, shape, or form, or have access to his mind. He specifically mentioned the mind.
Are they watching us now?
Ye are pretty new to town. I mean, I don't know that we're on anybody's radar as of yet.
I mean, we just went and saw the Lord. We have to be on somebody's radar, right?
Marvin's been watching us.
And Marvin's been watching us.
Since we got here.
But if it's one person doing all of this, or I guess that depends on if you think this is a group or a person.
Well, on your theory, if the whole town's corrupt, then it's many more than just one or many more than a group.
I didn't say they were corrupt. I just said they're likely poisoned. But
Well,
I mean, they could be corrupt.
poison maybe leading to corrupt, maybe leading to death, whatever it may be. I don't like not being truthful, but our goal here is to find out what's going on with these people. Now it's just turned into a much bigger find out what's going on, why this guy is here collecting Century clippings.
Okay.
Find out potentially if that's linked to the last magistrate. Was it magistrate? Is that right? Magistrate that had magical powers.
Classification. Magistrate is essentially just someone who holds court. And so in the context of usually D&D, magistrates are used as court officials, but they also have magic. They're trained arcane. And used in the context of this world as forms to maintain secrecy, right? So they're used in a way to use like silent spell to maybe ward like throne rooms and certain things. Like usually people in power, particularly lords, kings, even if they're common, they don't particularly like have they're like a paladin, right? They
Right.
would still hold a magistrate to have all realms of knowledge, right? To have arcane, right? And so in this context, it was like having divine magic and then also arcane. But there was something there that Marvin had mentioned, in that the Lord has just not obtained another magistrate that has the imbue of arcane, right? So magics.
This is just, in my mind anyway, grown 100-fold from what we initially started to do. And I think the biggest thing is if we, and for I don't know why, but for some reason I trust Marvin. Look, I know it's weird. He's obviously from the underworld, if you will, and doing things that I don't think I'd ever be caught dead doing. But for some reason I trust him. And he seems very suspicious of everybody we talked about. But he did use the word innocent. I just don't know if we reveal all of our cards at the same time, or if we reveal one and kind of see where that leads us.
Another thing that just dawned on me, because why not? We should probably find out how long that entourage from Tamaria has been here. Because if there's one thing that I know about that house, it's that they like enchantments and illusions.
Let's go have a chat with Valria, and maybe we'll let her lead the conversation, and we'll see.
If
How
it
we
comes
go.
up, I have no problem disclosing the clippings. I don't think that we disclose. I guess that's really the only thing we found. So yeah, we can just tell her everything. I'm fine with that at this point, actually.
Yeah.
You don't want
Yeah,
to tell her about the money?
Oh, well, I was going to say the journal, but the journal, we don't tell her about Marvin, is more my point. We can tell her that we went here, we investigated, we found the tree, and that led us
Right.
back to her.
Okay. So it sounds
The
like
problem with not telling her about Marvin is how do you bring up Gular?
You don't.
Why do we bring up Gular?
Because we have questions about him, about who he was, about going to see what we want to go see his. We want to go see a body.
I think what Sir Dougal, what they're trying to say is that the plan of meeting Crespa and going through that is going to be enough to at least get into, right, do that investigation first before, right, maybe mentioning if you are at all mentioning Gular's name to them. I think that what I'm hearing here is that you're still wanting to talk to Valria about a number of things here. But maintaining a little bit of shroud of suspicion. It's be speculative in that regard. So I think, Mr. Dougal, you're kind of going like, why wouldn't we, right? But if we did that, goes back to what Marvin was saying, right? Don't mention, because then they're going to ask you, how did you hear that name?
Right.
How do you know that?
Right.
Something to think
The other
about.
thing is if it turns out that House Erebos has been here for a few months since kind of the disappearance has started, there's plenty among that entourage that has magic.
Well, we're gonna go take a break. So you all are coming to that kind of point of being like, Century Cathedral, we go! And before we get to that,
Yes.
we'll go ahead and take a break. So we'll take a 10 to 15 minute break so I can change out my rag.
Go take a
Sweat.
shower.
Yeah, I go take a cold shower. It's still super hot out right now, but I'm doing all right. Thumbs up. All right. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back. So hope you stay.
We're 5.
Yep.
Welcome back. Thanks for watching the stream. Appreciate it. Group 5, yeah! Getting into here. So you, throughout the conversation you had as player characters, you were on your way, right, to the Suntree Cathedral, having a conversation on the way. It's like coming into the courtyard. Eventually, you come through the canopies of tents and the buildings and that kind of upper plateau raised area of the Holy District with the interior wall, with no actual gate really, just a one door that can be kind of barred if needed. And you begin to pass through the semi-arch entrance, primarily at the southern side, going by the Zealous flag, in which you've been there before, and then rounding through some of the kind of housing and manors and shops and things that are consisting here in the Holy District. Facing the tavern here. Let me go ahead. The cathedral here. I'm going to activate that scene. Kind of position up front. There are 2 guards that are there. The door is shut, not impeding group passage of any kind. They're just currently there at the ready. One's leaning against another. One's kind of picking the teeth, and they're just kind of talking to one another. It's really against the Suntree Cathedral and not really paying you all any attention as you begin to press on.
I'll fall behind as I'm a little apprehensive about coming in.
Do we see Valria coming in?
You do. Currently at the altar, helping a couple of the initiates there. Working through some rites, practicing different somatic components. Sees you all, kind of moves them to the side, shuffles. They go to the altar themselves, and Valeria steps forward. Does a small bow, blowing the head. Hello.
Do you have somewhere that we could speak privately and freely?
Of course, we can go to my chambers. Side steps, begins to funnel down the stairs.
Oh, hell. Down the steps.
This is how we die.
Don't be such a pussy.
I swear, please don't be an underground city of death. Please don't be an underground city of death.
And transition scenes to Underground City of Death.
It's an underground.
I just fall over. I just fall over right on the floor. The fuck? Look
Holy-
at that.
Those are some roots
Oh.
right there.
Come on, this is beautiful.
This is not really private, though.
Okay. So the lower level or sub-level has a ceiling height of about 10 feet or so. So you're kind of rounding the actual pillars you come down. The brick stone aligns the bedrock walls. White marble accompanies the lecture chamber with 2 paths in either north or south wall leading to Pelor initiate rooms. People are it's essentially a kind of a labyrinth of rooms, primarily for the staying of the priests and people that are going to be taking up rites and certain things as far as training. The bricked wall does not continue the eastern wall at all. Instead, large and intimidating roots, branches protrude outwards from the Suntree. At this distance, as far as its thing, it's just branches. So it's just brambles and branches that are coming outwards. And they kind of root themselves or embedded into the bedrock because they're not roots. And they're kind of just sprawling outwards, crawling out as they're coming and reaching. It seems most, if not near all, of the tree is embedded into the earth. That there is no real, this is it, besides the branch above. Several orbs float. These glass orbs nearby, sustaining the daylight spell, giving it nourishment through divine light. A door on the south near east goes into the head priest or priestess's chambers, which is where Valria is going. A large double wooden and metal reinforced door with a golden latch at its center leads into an important dial. It's outfit with glowing sunburst runes on the western. That's currently in your positions. Slowly turn, just pushes the door. No lock to it. strides it.
Is there natural sunlight as well, or is it just the magical sunlight?
There are candles lit here, right, and candelabra kind of things, right, coming up from the ground. These metal poles with intricate bronze or copper kind of ornate accents to them. The orbs themselves, the crystal orbs, are the only seems that light this tree gets. It's just nourished by the actual daylight spell. There's no seemingly way that this tree is getting any other nourishment that you know.
So it was the building of, but it was the building of the structure around it which blocked the sunlight. Like, the only reason to have to be there doing that is because you blocked the natural amount of sunlight it would have gotten.
Correct. Yeah. No. So one of the things that Valeria had said a couple sessions back, actually now, is that there was they buried the tree. Well, there was an event in history that resulted in the burial of this tree.
Okay, right. It was like to protect it from. Oh gosh.
Do you remember the name of the people it was protecting it from?
It was the. I feel like it was the same thing that was the encampment was built for, like the military encampment that was here, installment that was here, right?
Fort Frostbeard, right? The original kind of fort here. And paste in chat because the name was dropped. Valeria did mention it.
The hand. El Negro Mano.
So Tivia,
prior to walking into her chamber, just glancing real quick, are there any twigs, any branches loose, anything at all? Nothing.
Not that you can tell, no.
Gotcha. All right. In my go.
I was about to ask a question. Anything that you could maybe accidentally bump into to make it a twig?
Yeah, the branches are low, some of them reaching to the marble and kind of going across. You could easily kind of break into the tree and take a piece.
It's like a clumsy oh shit oops moment.
I mean, if that's what you're intending to do, I don't know if that's what.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, you're talking. That's a lot of chaos for you there.
I know. No. I'm just thinking maybe stuff I can get Tardan to do.
Ah, yes.
All right.
Burn the tree down, you say? Yes.
This is nice and big, I see. Spacious.
Yes, it is quaint, humble, I suppose. There are no chairs. I do apologize.
Ares, close that door behind you if you don't mind.
Simply walks over
I
to
thought I
the
did, sorry.
bedroll with the mat there on the ground and just sits down upon it. Just crosses the legs.
So,
Not all at
Valeria,
once. Yes.
we came the other day and we saw that you guys were pruning the sun tree, I guess, upstairs is the best reaction the best way I can describe it. Those branches, those twigs that turn black, what do you do with them?
We dissolve them. With our radiant light, we consume them. They help to power the daylight spells you see in those artifacts, essentially giving back its own life. It's a cycle. Simply putting back the nutrients that it needs.
And that's the only thing that they're used for.
That is correct, yes.
Is it the only thing they could be used for?
Raises an eyebrow. What do you mean?
I mean, if someone had malicious intent, could they repurpose those clippings, those prunings?
There is a tail, yes. Grabs a book. Slides it out. You're noticing it's a symbol with a skull with an outreached kind of map, like kind of reaching outwards and circle of black and bed of metal leather. Blows off some dust, opens it. This is my private collection here. I've taken it throughout most of my life. There was an object in the Crusades of the Pelor worshippers, those in the Sular Kingdom. They fought against the Black Hand. They were worshippers of Bane. An event separated the first people, humans that arrived in the Olar region. This event separated the Olar region into two. Now is known as the Gorn Valley and the Crystal Desert. Those in the Crystal Desert found life difficult. Pelor did not come to their prayers. Pelor let them survive in the hardship. There were many on that side of the Lavstyr Mountains that declared worship to another, that promised that they would be fed, cared for, and given salvation. This one is Bane. The Crusades that followed were a simple construction of places of worship. Those within the Crystal Desert, attempting to make civilization happen, constructing temples they could worship their deity. But life in now the Gorn Valley and the humans that settled there had many resources. They had Pelor that now took an eye to its believers' pray. They too began to make places of worship, their monasteries, temples, cathedrals. But they went to war, shroud in secrets, along with an organization known as the Rudikar. They conducted espionage in attempting to find these temples to the Black Hand and destroy them. In an effort to subdue this assault, Black Hand had a weapon. It was referred to as the Staff of Ashtar and could imbue spirits into a deceased body. They could bring their followers back, or worse yet, they could bestow their followers to the bodies of Pelor clerics and paladins. It has been speculated through many archaeologists, historians, the Staff of Ashtar was from the fragments of the Sun Tree, a now corrupted object, turned away from its purpose, and used to do very hellish things. The Staff of Ashtar was lost after the last of the Black Hand temples were destroyed. No one had seen it again. Some had thought that it was in a place known as the House of the Black Lord, temple that was one of the primary and main to the worshippers of Black Hand, but it was never found. It's buried in the sand, or in this secret war, simply destroyed and not recorded that it was done. Regardless, no one had seen the staff of Ashtar since.
Could a staff like
Clippings.
that be recreated?
It is possible, but it would require great magic. It would require direct influence from Bane itself. With the protection of the Sun Tree now, it would seem almost impossible. But I suppose anything is when you think of the realities live. I must speak to why the Sun Tree is buried. It was an effort by the Black Hand to destroy the Sun Tree. Not for the ingenuity, Ruglock, dwarvish mages, and their kind. The Sun Tree would be lost.
But if the staff of Ashtar is made from the Sun Tree, would they not want to keep it merely for more material to strengthen or make more staffs of said power?
Something like this would only happen because the watchful eyes had fault. I speculate, given the circumstance of the time, that the reason why the Sun Tree was buried is because they were able to get these pieces. They were attempting to destroy the Sun Tree, so they were the only ones with such a weapon. In addition to the removal of it for all of those that worship Palor, harm them.
Why did the clippings turn black, almost as if death had touched them long before they fell off the tree?
I believe that the pieces that fall from the Sun Tree lose their holy light because they are no longer connected to Palor. Sun Tree has gifts. Things that the Sun Tree can do, besides just talk. Each of these clippings still has magic. Divine magic.
Certain it's divine.
Of course.
I'm gonna look at Torden and give him the eyebrow that basically says, after that story, I feel like you need to show her the stick.
Oh fuck.
To pull out the stick. However, I'm going to hold it close to me and outside of her grasp. Is this a clipping of the sun tree?
Looks towards it. I believe so, yes.
Found this at Randall Gurn's house. However, the magic that comes off of it is not divine, as you just stated, would still be in the clipping. Would it be possible for you to clip a piece of the tree off while I just had detect magic up just to see? Because the tree told us that it cannot grow, and I just want to make sure that there's nothing corrupting the sun tree and thus Palor's connection to your church.
It's past, opens the door, reaches out, pulls off a small pruning knife. It's off to one of the branches at the low end. As it does, kind of falls down, black. Picks it up, holds it outright.
I will pass detect magic as an actual spell slot while standing out here.
Waste minutes
Boom.
doing it for her.
No, I want to pick up the tree. I don't want to give her time to come back in the room.
So, from what you can tell, that the magic that's coming off of this is divine magic. And as far as the actual school that's coming off of it, it feels that it is relative to kind of evocation, like healing. So you're getting a sense that the actual object in this here has in the sap and the wood structure, a couple other things, that aura emanating from it. It's very similar to like a cure wounds, restoration, right? Kind of healing esque as far as that. And then you feel from the piece that you have there, if it's the same or whatnot, piece of the stick there, that feels the same way. School of Necromancy from before, right? So the two different.
I'm just gonna look to Tardan like waiting for the results of whatever you're doing.
We should go back in the room, Valeria. And with that, I'm just going to turn and walk back in.
Sees the stick. Begins to glow with a white flame being dissolved. Points the hand out towards one of the crystal orbs. As this white yellowish beam strikes into the orb, the daylight spell grows brighter. Passes through it, just through it. Pops down, sits down.
Twig that she cut off did not glow with the same necromancy as is in the stick, which leads me to believe that it may not be from the sun tree, or
Yeah.
worse, it's a part of said staff.
Aria, you wouldn't be able to identify if this clipping did indeed come from this sun tree. It just somehow is giving off a different type of magic.
Saying that are these both clippings from the sun tree?
This sun tree.
There is only one sun tree that I know of. They look very similar to each other.
I think Why did my mic not pick up? I think the only way we're going to get real answers is if we do what the Lord recommended, and that is attempt to commune with Palor and get more information directly from Palor himself.
I'd like to insight check Valria right now.
Okay.
I hope you roll high.
Oh my god, that was almost like
20. So, running through the insight here, the posture of Valria is sitting down. She seems to be paying attention, patient, listening. Has been speaking. Has been speaking with kind of a caution, I would say, towards the voice, but simply kind of nitpicking information. And I need to go show windows because someone's running a circ saw. So I will be right back. Or you're going to start hearing it.
What do you say? So,
I mean,
Somebody's running a saw
circle. Yeah.
or circle, yeah, something.
I got you.
Someone pulled the trigger on a circular saw, so now
Yeah.
we got a little break.
I feel bad for him shutting those over. It's cooler outside.
Dude, I would fucking put a bathing suit on, draw myself a cold bath, and do the rest of the stream from the bathtub.
I mean, not the worst idea at all.
If you have nipple shame, then you can wear a shirt.
Way to show her the fucking stick, Tardan. I thought we were going to keep that under wraps.
I'm glad that all the temperance you preached went out the window as soon as you walked through the door.
Because I was like, ooh, a story. That makes sense.
Tartan
Nice.
is his own worst enemy.
I am. I mean, I didn't tell her about the stick until somebody gave me the sign.
I gave you, I mean, you didn't, I could have been like,
Yeah, could have been
Right.
like, you got a hanger.
I was just trying to give you the heads up.
Looks at Tardan with any sort of intent is when Indigo wants Tardan to do something, okay?
Right, because we're all okay with dishonesty as long as it's not us actually doing it.
Yeah,
As
as
long
long
as
as you're
we're-
using Tardan to do it, it's fine. Tardan
Right.
is your
It's a-
conduit to
That
the
is-
dark side.
As long as
Right.
you know where you stand and where we
Oh
stand.
yeah, no,
Sorry,
you
it's
guys. So
wouldn't have
you
got
guys
stuck.
with the
We're
law-
like- We're like Jews. We're like Jews on the Sabbath. We can't operate
Wow.
machinery, but we can have other people operate the machinery for us.
Okay, so going back to the insight check.
You're the machinery.
Sorry, that window got stuck. I was like
you're
trying to get it shut. They could shut. Okay, so the insight check that you're getting is that the composure itself is calm, right? Peaceful. It's what Valeria kind of spews all the time, right? And you're getting the idea that they're just being cautious with the language. Not that they're not being untrustworthy or lying or anything, but they're simply, what do I tell them, what do I not? And there's also a little bit of an undertone of when they told you this information from this book. There's an undertone of, should I have I done that, or should be kind of, should I've talked maybe to the Lord, right? Getting that little bit of what you saw Valeria back at the throne room, that kind of hits a little bit there.
Okay. When we talk about this, the stick we have being necrotic, like she's still calm. It's not like a big red flag, like holy crap, something's nothing.
I'll get a flag out of her for you. Don't worry.
I was Go ahead. I
Do,
think you're doing the same thing I was about to.
do you mind if I keep this for the investigation since it was found at Randall Gurn's house? That's not going to upset any of the Sun Tree followers, is it, Valria?
Your investigation is your own. If you have found this in your investigations, then it is something for you to keep and continue to investigate. It is a piece of the Sun Tree, it is, I suppose, but finding these missing people is of paramount importance to this city and to Pelor as well, I'd imagine. I do have to say, you said you found this in Randall Gurn's house.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Yes.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing it was missed.
I do know that Randall Gurn was brought here, or at least sent here by King Reldor Talthar to speak to Thalon Falor a matter of business with the People's Palace. This is why Randall Gurn was here. It's why they moved here in the court proceedings. From what I overheard, I made court as well, consecutive place. That Randall Gurn was sent here as someone that tries to find artifacts to Pelor. That was their position, People's Palace. They were someone that restored and found artifacts and other religious items dedicated to the Sun God.
But the perversion of the artifact, the corruption required to create the staff that you'd mentioned, that is the effect of arcane magic.
I imagine it could be any form of magic. I do not know that answer. I would imagine if there was some corruption, it would be divine. As I have stated, it is speculated that the staff of Ashtar was of Bane's doing itself. This is God's magic worth. It is divine. It is unholy.
So I noticed that the Lord here kind of holds court, conducts court himself. Where I'm from, that's not necessarily customary. Usually they have somebody else do it for them unless it's a matter of utmost importance. Is that the way it always is here? Or in the past, has he had somebody else do it for him that no longer exists now in the current construct, the way things are run?
Where do you come from?
Tamaria.
I recall the Republic holds court and governance quite differently than the Kingdom of Arthuria. It is not uncommon to hold someone of great knowledge with the arcane at one side. Or as far as sending out someone who does not pose these things, it is possible. It's not one to not happen, I imagine. King Reldar Talthar has a magistrate, someone that has great skill of the arcane, elected by them to serve that position.
As
And who is that? Do you know that person's name?
Oh, yes, that would be Head Magistrate Magello.
And uh, is do lesser lords also are they also afforded magisters?
It is their choice, and they elect them themselves, and they pay coin to do so. There are wizarding schools. You have Zoomfear, which terrible tragedy has befallen Shanzwana, unfortunately. Glinlaw. There was long ago. There was Belgium. Um, and of course, you have many of the houses in Elyon. Mages can come from there. Other places throughout the world if they are paid enough, I'd imagine. Lord Thalen Falor once had a magistrate at the side that had great skill in the arcane, but no longer. Does not hold
oh,
anyone court anymore that has those kind of capabilities.
They
and
say
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no. Just it seems like there's such a valued thing to have. Why? I wonder what possibly could be a reason that the Lord no longer has such.
I believe that is for the Lord to discuss. It's not something for my word to speak of. It is a tragedy, and uh, quite honestly, very traumatic moment. Do not speak of it any further.
Do you know if by chance he's looking for a new magistrate with the representatives from Tamaria in town?
No, I believe the representatives of Tamarian Republic from House Everos is particularly to war.
How long have they been in town?
They arrived yesterday.
Can I make I'd like to make an insight check on her. Is she being my is she affected by the memory of this person and it's too difficult for her to speak about it, or is she hesitant to talk about it because she feels
Like
it's
professional
not.
versus personal?
Yeah, exactly, precisely.
Roll insight.
That's a good idea. Come on, man. Hit it.
Okay.
Respectable.
Mm-hmm.
18. So not only do you detect it's speaking truth by the traumatic for the Lord, but also for them.
Oh, I see. So it it could actually be a personal like experience for her, and it's too difficult for her to remember it, to relive it.
Yes, but more so in the sense that they owe their loyalty to the Lord, and that is not something for them to discuss because their loyalty dictates that. But they're also showing signs of uh, not like they're showing signs of emotion to it. They're, you know, tripping up a little bit, maybe kind of trying to find the words. They could also be showing some sweating, palpitation. Certain things are happening that would tell you that they're having an emotion response.
Valeria, are you capable of identifying magic objects?
Why?
Because I want to know what this stick is, or maybe perhaps what it's hiding. And I feel if it is your sun tree, you would want to know what corrupted a piece of it to be this, so we could meet halfway and both share the knowledge.
See, I do have the capables of the identification of certain objects. My repertoire. I do not know if it's something to take at this moment. But suppose if it's necessary for identifying this thing here that you have, I don't know if it will come if it's beyond telling me its properties.
Its properties are more than we know beyond the fact that it is corrupted.
Right, well, you take some time with it if you'd like. Ritualize this identification spell. In the meantime, I can take you to the dial, yes?
I believe that's mutually agreeable.
Yes.
I can't wait.
Begins the fun lap.
Oh, hell no.
It's a big ass dial.
And it's glowing.
I don't
This is
even know
how we
what's
get
going
sent
on
to
here.
another beach, dude. This is how we go to another beach?
What do you mean? This is how I got here.
So what you're saying is Sir Dougal is just run and jump in.
Maybe what I'm saying is, bok bok, bok bok.
So, when you come in here, it's about 3 to 4 feet above the Shaper's floor, and it's designed for initiates or others to reach Pelor. This is why it's here. Two similar doors lead north or south into a library with text or another smaller dial for actual projection. So there's multiple methods that they have here potentially to reach Pelor, commune and things. As you come into the space, light glowing from the sunburst runes, Elria looks towards the four in the corners, and they are on their knees, currently having their hands outstretched, and they're harmonizing their hymn. And Valeria slowly kind of walks up to the edge and turns. This is a sundial. It's designed to reach Pelor. You all are not trained in the ways of commune. Are you worshippers? But the Sun Tree did speak to you, and its touch still remains. This should be enough to commune. They will harmonize their hymn, and they will help channel the sundial to bring forth commune. Please, come.
I would like to look at the party, specifically Indigo first. You remember when we touched the sun tree and he, with our stones, and he mentioned he felt Palor? I think that we should all focus or touch or however you want, channel with the stone to further the connection.
Okay. Okay. I think also, in particular, because you're holding it, sacrifice a little bit of that focus for that corrupted stick.
She's going to be identifying it, right? I won't have the stick.
All right.
Sit down.
So let me get this straight. We just gave the most kind of OOC. We just gave the most important thing that we probably found inside that safe to somebody that we don't know if we can trust or not to identify while we turned our backs to go commune with Paylor.
Two things wrong with that. First, don't know that it's the most important thing we found in the safe. And second, I still reject the premise that we can't trust her. If this isn't what trustworthy looks like, then it doesn't exist.
Right up until we get teleported to another beach and get killed. Like, we just throw it out there.
What
do
happened to
agree that
you in this life that you are so untrusting?
I do
Oh,
agree.
you have no idea.
The most important thing we found in there to Torden was the platinum, obviously.
I mean, you're not
No.
wrong, but I still feel attacked. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna step onto the stun dial holding my stone, and I'm gonna step to the far side and kind of kneel down on it.
Ares is gonna, since he doesn't know what the hell happened with the Sun Tree or anything, he's gonna follow kind of the lead of everybody else here with whatever they're doing.
I mean, I said it out loud. Like, I looked at the party and talked about
walks
grabbing
away,
your stone.
Shuts the door.
I
Good luck.
I understand what you said. I just don't know what the hell happened with the Sun Tree, so I'm just following your guys' lead.
And you said she just left?
Yep,
She said
with
good
the
luck.
stick.
Okay, well, then we know that whatever's about to happen, if she comes back with the stick and everything's good, then she's awesome. If not,
The chamber slowly fills with water.
The door's locked. Marvin's not here.
Begin to chant, outstretching their hands. What do you do?
I'm going to kneel, roll my sleeves up the way that I did once in the mountains, and I am going to concentrate on where I'm from, the stone, my master, and channel every spiritual bit of energy I can into this to see if I can get something, an effect to happen.
Okay. So you're channeling the stone, trying to have some sort of effect come through. Okay. Is everyone else following suit with that?
Yes, I am also kneeled, trying to feel that same kind of connection. I guess project my body outward the way I did with Ethrin, but obviously reaching towards Paylor and the Sun Tree that are here.
Okay. So you focus the effect, the rune continuing its glowing, sunburst radiance, its light, the hymn harmonizing around you. Faint, kind of a warm feeling begins to embrace you each. You feel like a tickle kind of across your skin. It's similar in essence to if you were laid on a sunny beach. That light, soothing of the waves, it's very tranquility and serene response. And eventually, your eyes slightly glow themselves, and you hear a voice come into your mind. Do you agree?
Agree with what?
There's no response.
That's the only thing it says. Do you agree?
Correct.
That's tough, huh? It's like signing your name on a contract that hasn't been written.
It's got to be one of two things. Do you agree to follow Paylor, or do you agree to commune?
I know this is an odd question to ask, but like, is do you do Do I get a sense of like this is a conniving like, or is this just a very like, do you agree? And like just
I
hey,
said it the way I said it. I mean, that's as best as I can do. The harmonizing's around you. Your lights were glow. You're still here. You just heard that. Everyone did.
Dougal says yes.
So Dougal, as you say yes, become somewhat paralyzed, and then you're transposed to a different place of existence. Not your body, but your mind. As you begin to project astrally, you fill in a space that's black and a void. And as you come through, you can't see anything. And all of a sudden, this massive amounts of light and radiance begins to pour out in a circuitry-like fashion, begins to enthrall itself into a large and massive dome with a great amount of radius, hundreds of feet. There's just a bright light of white outstretching up ahead of you, about 50 to 60 feet up in the air, uprising at a degree angle. The voice continues. You have called for me. I can see my avatar has touched you. What do you disciple request from me?
Your avatar is ill. We are. We wish to heal it. We hope to heal it. Are you aware of this illness? Are you aware of a cure?
This feeling is something I have felt before. In your time, there was worshippers to Bane attempted to defile my avatar. Corrupted. They tried. I feel something brewing that is similar, but the agenda is shrouded.
Is is Randall Gurn dead?
Randall Gurn is not a follower. I do not know. My reach is limited by those who believe. Anybody wishes to chime in if they agree, it's totally cool.
I thought that just Dougal like went somewhere else.
Well, Dougal's still there at the sundial.
We're hearing all this.
No.
No.
You're just you all of a sudden you saw Dougal just like freeze. The rest of you, your eyes are still glowing. You just asking you a question.
Well, I heard Dougal say yes out loud, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, then I say yes. Because
Okay.
wherever he goes, I'm not leaving him alone.
All right. So you appear as well right next to Sir Dougal in this space. It's light. They're just having a conversation. You're here.
Hello.
Another approaches. It seems my avatar has touched many.
Is there a solution? That's a tough way to ask that. Is there is there is there one that you're aware of named Gular?
I am aware of such a name, but I have not heard it spoken some time.
Our attempt at what I hope is aid has dragged this name into our view, and it seems to be shrouded. It seems to be obscured by pain and misery. I wonder though if uncovering the truth of him isn't critical to our success.
I only know this name because one of my champions, Thalin Falor, had inquired advice, guidance. It's not easy to put someone to death. They told me that Gular was reaching for something. Way. Gain power.
Your follower, Valera, spoke of a staff of Ashtar. It was imbued with the spirit, with the, it was imbued with parts of
Light.
your avatar.
The light begins to glow. Pulsating. Strike of light shoots into both of you. Right into your chest. In real time, in here, both Serdugal and Indigo have the same light. Go to her now. See as you begin to fade out, you're brought back.
He has to mean Valria, right?
Step of the wind, key point used, dash out the door, 110 feet, dash.
Okay.
Where are we going?
Is she in a room, you think, or is she?
I'm assuming that I'm going for the room.
As you come into the room, you see Valeria unconscious on the ground, the stick in front of her, tendrils of corruption around her neck, approaching to her eyes. She is having seizures, so she's like shaking violently, prone down on the ground.
She's still got the stick in grasp, or the stick is to the side?
Stick is to the side of the hand, like laying on the side, just like laying down, thrashing right now.
Hand of healing immediately right on her.
I will also cast Cure Wounds on her.
As you touch, your hand begins to glow with the same light you were struck with as it pours out of the veins that now glow with this white and yellowish light kind of pours through your hands into the chest. It begins to fill the void halfway throughout the body, but the other half is not. A voice emanates out, this dark, ethereal voice. You all die, you fools. I will take your souls, and I will consume them. Think you can challenge me? See the body begin to thrash. Blood begins to squirt from the nose and through the mouth and through the ears.
Stick is still in contact with her skin.
It's not. It's outside of the hand. It's laying upon the stone floor.
Okay.
Indigo, as you're touching again, only half of the body glows with the same light.
I go again every key point until I'm empty all the way, just channeling as much healing energy as I can into her immediately right now.
So you are glowing your veins similar to what Indigo had done. You've seen Indigo pass through that same effect you were hit by Pelor into Valria.
I will also channel into her and even cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Just channel in, you complete half of the other body. Just the tendrils begin to pull backwards as you begin to cast Cure Wounds. Some of the, you notice some of the actual cracks in the skin that were beginning to form, like actual lacerations, like the skin was being separated from different trauma, begins to slightly heal, and they are still unconscious even after healing. Voices kind of come outwards as the actual daylight spell of the orbs themselves begin to flutter. They kind of power down for brief moments and kind of shake and change. The voices come out from the hallway as you see the unconscious body, stick nearby, blood pooling from underneath the orifices of that, and the voice of that figure in your mind's session.
Yeah, 'cause my next move was to stand there and watch while they healed her.
I was gonna say I'm going for the stick, dude.
I was actually dragging her out in sunlight and all the paladins.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Everybody was so worried about themselves when she shut the door. No one was thinking about her.
Nope. So, I'm going to go ahead and calculate some experience for you all.
So, I guess my question is, okay, given the state that she was in with seizures and all that going on, and the stick was not any longer in her hand, she was being killed, or like she was just dead and her body was being toyed with?
She's still alive.
Could you
She's
tell?
still breathing.
Okay.
She's still
Okay,
breathing.
that's what
That
I-
wasn't what's happening. It was essentially concluding the ritual cast and then identifying something had succumbed to her. And she was literally being destroyed. Tendrils of corruption were sprouting through the veins, as black, kind of looking. They were lacerating the flesh, began to bleed from the orifices of the body. It was very much an in-process thing, and divine intervention occurred through you both. The voice that you heard, this dark voice, had this kind of deepness and richness to it, with this kind of auspicious, I would say, confidence, right? That kind of came out. It was not Valria's voice.
Did the voice belong to something that rhymes with Bane?
Mm,
Like Bane?
Schmaine?
Lame.
I think it actually might be
Gular.
Gular.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
That's kind of, yeah. I agree with Ares for sure, and Dougal. I think that's on the nose.
I mean, worst case, it's Bane, right? The god of
How about right?
death and destruction and everything we don't want.
Sounds
You're-
like him and Paylor are definitely kind of like from New Guy. I don't know the meta game, but it seems like them two are definitely like that. So
Yeah.
I want to put this idea out into the ether. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
bring it.
Dragons in this multiverse shapeshift into human form.
Yes.
Question mark. I guess we don't really know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and it seems like if Grugash were looking for a human form, Gular would probably be it.
I guess I don't know this. how long ago was he looking for a human form?
We don't
I
know
have
that
no
he was.
idea. I can't give you. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know any of
Okay.
like specifics. I have no. Absolutely, this is a word. This is like a. This is one of Tardan's styled like hey,
So we have a
like
Tardan
totally
hypothesis.
a Tardanized hypothesis. 100%. Right.
Mm.
I just
It's
bring that up
like
because I keep on wanting to put Gular in something. I got to remember like 20 years ago or whatever it was, 20, 30 years ago that he was quote unquote executed, you know?
Time ago.
So
And constant human.
so Gular went dark side when he died, made a deal with Bane, and now he's back with the staff of Ashtar to whoop ass.
Well, I think this piece of wood that we found is an accident of this archaeologist found somewhere, maybe here, maybe where he came from. It's just happens to be coincidence that it's here, kind of leading us down this path now. But the only reason you gotta remember, the only reason it led us down the path to Gular and the Sun Tree and everything else was because we thought it was a clipping of the Sun Tree originally. If it wasn't for that, and we knew about the staff beforehand, we wouldn't even gone to the Sun Tree. So I think I think they're coincidences that kind of are leading to the same place now, in my opinion.
I think we have to go back to the Lord.
I think we have to go to the tombs first, or the
Yeah, I think we
catacombs.
stick to the original plan. And Tardan plays with the stick some more.
Okay, right. I
I
wasn't
don't-
insisting on yeah, I wasn't insisting on like reordering it, but I think our path is going to involve going back to the Lord
it
because
very much could.
I'm gonna
So-
finalize my notes by just saying stick bad.
Give to Tardan.
Wait, no, stick is Tardan's play toy now. What do
so
you mean?
1,107 experience each. That was obviously we didn't have any combat again, but you get experience for role play and obviously good investigative skills, going through certain things and whatnot, taking time with things, having conversations and stuff. So you're at 24,559 experience total. I do want to say that it was quite interesting to see this unfold. In the sense that, hey, we're going to give identification and go directly to the dial. And that was very interesting to see that happen. So definitely a first. I'm going to go ahead and close up the stream. So if you're watching us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We will see you next week. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Be here.